This is what people look forward to Monday to Sunday, right here on Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1. Spoon TV Live, Fabric TV Live, Super TV Live, Spoon Talk on YouTube. Everybody is torn, different groups, different people, family members in the community, all in the rural parts of Liberia, outside of Liberia. Almost all the nations on earth where Liberians are, you are tuned to Spoon right now. And so we say welcome. We had a beautiful weather in Liberia today. No rain, just sun. And so many people use and took the opportunity to, move around, carry on their regular activities, social issues, making sure they're registering the kids, getting school materials. And some schools open in Liberia this week, and some schools are opening next week, week after next. Up to maybe at the end of October. So by November, if we don't see kids in school, we know they are not going to school this year. And so again, let's say welcome to Spoon Talk right here on Spoon 107.5 FM. My name is Lorena Honoree. I am here, your lady, your producer until later on. The CEO Stanton with us, and the rest of the panelists are going to be coming on later on to discuss Liberia. All the unfolding issues, breaking news and developments happening in Liberia is right here on Spoon Talk 107.5. Call your friends, tell your friends to tell their friends, and all the family members and your various groups, even on your social media platforms. Share the show, spread the word. Let it get out there that Spoon Talk is on. The Liberian People Show, And so wherever you are watching and following from, we say thank you. We welcome you. You are relaying the program in various parts of Liberia. You are highly appreciated. My name is Lorena Honoree. Indeed, I am tonight's producer. Today is the 5th day of September, the 9th month of the year, 2025. You want to get a new phone network, the biggest network in Liberia. Even travel set on vacation, you hear people talking about Spoon. So we welcome you. The reason is you get reliable information, everything concerning your country, Mama Liberia, across the streets, in the corners, even in the marketplaces, and where Liberians are gathered. Everybody discussing politics, everything about Liberia. The president giving speech, everybody talking about it. You go to the meat shop, the old man selling boning, dry fish, everybody talking about the politics in Liberia. And most of them say, let's just wait. We'll hear the real story on Spoon Talk tonight. Yeah, every night. They look forward to 8 p.m. up to 12 midnight, maybe 1 in the morning. We are here. We awesome. This is Spoon Talk. We welcome you. Today is Friday. You are out there having fun. Don't get too loose. We welcome you to Spoon Talk, and we urge you to please share the show. What I want? Yes, Spoon TV, Spoon Spoon Entertainment.
Special welcome to CEO Stand with the Spoon and your words right in the South Sudan.
And Spoon always gave you more. So tonight we'll be giving out cash, before the CEO comes on. That star 255 star 4#. You get thousands of Liberian dollars. Look up for the the back to school bonanza where somebody will walk away with 100,000. I'm sorry, 50,000, 25,000, 10,000. You know, you need to pay that school fees. You need to start that business. You need to upgrade our market. Everything will happen for you. You know, play on spoon right here. The people that can give more. A darling star 255 star 4 hash. All right. On Spoon 107.5, also live on Fabric 101.1. You listen to Spoon, you get benefit, information, education, entertainment, you get money, cash. The more you play, the better for you. Let's look at some of what happened across Liberia. I know you have some of your own that will open the lines for you to call before the bosses come on. And Criminal Court C today, the First Judicial Circuit Court, Criminal Court C, Montserrat County, Republic of Liberia, has announced that all charges against Abdullah El Kamara were dropped on August 1, 2025, following a motion to drop misjoined party. The ruling effectively discharged Kamara from further answering to the charges and restored his constitutional and statutory rights. The case in question was filed by the Republic of Liberia through the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission (LACC) versus Madam Edwin C. Zakpa, former chair of the Liberia Telecommunications Authority (LTA), and Abdullah El Kamara, CEO of Tama Corporation Monrovia. The charges outlined in the indictment included economic sabotage, fraud on internal revenue, Section 15.50, misuse of public money and records theft, illegal disbursement and expenditure of public money, Section 15.81, theft of property, misapplication of entrusted property, criminal facilitation, criminal solicitation, and criminal conspiracy. All right, so there are breaking stories. We're going to give them to you right here on Spoon 107.5 FM, and for so many headlines, But let's go on our Spoon TV page. We still follow us, subscribe, like the page, and make sure you share and encourage others to always tune in to Spoon 107.5 FM. Tell them, for the best and reliable information and to get educated. You need to just listen to Spoon 107.5 and also watch Spoon TV live for all unfolding issues and activities about Liberia. Just coming in, former President George Manning, we are named honorary captain of FIFA's Players Voice Panel and Global Anti-Racism Push. All right, and a staff writer wrote this. Former President Ballon d'Or winner George Weah has been appointed honorary captain of FIFA's newly launched Players Voice Panel, a 16-member task force of football legends committed to tackling racism and discrimination across the sport AB. For more on that story, just go to Spoon TV Live page and read that. All right. And recently, on Human Interest, a woman was charged, 32-year-old woman. She has been formally charged with aggravated assault and child endangerment following a disturbing incident in New Georgia, Garnesville, that left a 10-year-old girl seriously injured. You can see a photo of that. It's not harassing you because it's Spoon TV Live. According to the Liberia National Police's report, Women and Children Protection Section, Eve Wama allegedly used a sharp object to wound Georgina Fever Johnny, slashing the child's right index finger in what investigators describe as serious bodily harm. You see the photos right there on Spoon TV Live page. And President Barker urges cabinet to stay focused on improving Liberians' lives. This story was written by our own Jurassic Joe. President Joseph Newman Boaka today urged members of his cabinet to remain committed to improving the living conditions of Liberians despite criticisms and challenges Speaking during the opening of a cabinet meeting under the theme delivering improved livelihoods for the people, a united cabinet response for economic performance, resilience, and recovery, President Walker reminded officials that true public service requires sacrifice, integrity, and resilience. He cautioned that while detractors may criticize and attempt to undermine progress, the government's obligation is to the Liberian people. Do the best you can, and God Himself will judge it, President Walker said, adding that his administration inherited difficult conditions but remains focused on finding solutions. The meeting, which centered on economic, fiscal, and governance priorities, also addressed issues of inflation, market manipulation, and the need for stronger efforts to stabilize the economy and protect citizens from exploitation. Yes, you get more of that on Spawn TV page. Just go there. We always break the news as it unfolds. Now I know you have something on your mind you want to talk about that might be disturbing you. Call us and be a part of the program. 0-555-10-1075. Call and be right here on Spawn Talk. Let's hear you. What is that thing that is troubling you that you want to so much talk about? Let's talk about it right here on Spawn 107.5 FM. Okay, again, 0-555-10-1075. So I gave you 30 seconds, please. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening to Spoon FM family, and good evening to my peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to
Sir.
you, Lorena Honoring in studio in Liberia. The name in Efanso E.S. Kamara. I want to directly speak to the entire government of the Republic of Liberia for them to look into the issue at the university, the state-run university, are crying to resume the reopening of the state-run university. Just $200,000 where representatives, some of that 4,000, 3,000, and you just need me in a bill salary. Then whole university that made you guys. Many of those leaders today in the country, they all graduated from University of Liberia, and some of them graduated with honor. Then your faculty senate and the student community, we are yearning to go back to school. You cannot provide a means. So it's
Thank you very much.
It's to call us as the leaders to your country. It's bad, it's very bad.
Thank
Look at
you.
the president calling on the government just $200,000 to resume the university. Then they can afford that. It's a very, very disgraceful and bad.
Sir, thank you very much. 0-555-10-1075. If you are there, we are here. We welcome you. Call us and let's talk about it. What is that thing that is disturbing you that you want to talk about? You are concerned. This is a chance and opportunity to be a part of the show right here on Spoon 107. Call us and let's hear you come through. All right.
From 16 to 14 letter. That's the whole press. Up to now, the information ministry are not telling Liberian people what the retail press. So what do we know that we're going by the rest way? You just come out and
Have
make
you tried
news about the
buying
retail
rights?
press. But up to current, you can't talk about the retail press. And the same thing now they lead with no understanding of what the government came up with. So the government should be serious and try to start making mockery out of people.
Thank you
You
very
can't
much.
call the price, you can't call the retail price. So that paying food.
Have you tried to ask for the retail price of the rice? And according to how you buy the bag, you know how many cups you will sell to be able to get your capital and your profit. All right. So then you do your calculation as well. 0-555-10-1075. The WhatsApp number is on your screen. Good evening.
How you doing, ma'am?
I'm okay. What is your name, sir?
I'm Edward BA calling from GSO, GCK, and Raho.
What's on your mind?
Man, the one on my mind and the one I saw today is very surprising. I think that corruption in the country in Liberia to remove from here. Because today, to the management office, the traffic management office, the photocopy what people can do also $5 or $10 today to the $40 you print it.
Name, where you calling us from?
My name is George Rafi Salis, calling from Sarala Bongsunti.
What's on your mind?
The problem that on my mind here is that the account and inform school are open. When they stop, the people can come and start. 1 minute. When the way we start, the middle button, the red light, the other start, and then the police in there. So soon, never when they get the red light or else, they will hear different things.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
055510107. See you. Good evening.
Hey, let it Supreme, Lorena G. Honorary, how you doing?
I'm okay. See you. Welcome.
Yeah, man, Lorena. I mean, what's going on with you?
Yeah, all is well from our end. See you. Thank God.
We are grateful to God, Lorena. It's good to have you producing for us tonight, man. Thank you very much.
Yes.
At the end of the day, we'll be happy to discuss a lot of issues, Lorena. Lorena, have they given the university the 200,000 yet?
Not that we know of. It hasn't been confirmed.
So what is GAFRAM doing? What's the people 200,000? No, I'm just asking, Lorena. I mean, 200,000, that's more money. But anyway, we're discussing, Lorena. It's good to have you on. Ladies and gentlemen, it's good to have you guys share the show. Invite somebody. I can't wait. That President Barker will be leaving Liberia next week. You know, he getting ready, Lorena. He getting ready. He getting Zigo. But before that, he will announce the new chief of staff. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the new chief of staff to the president, His Excellency Dr. Joseph Yima Bwaka Senior. Lorena, that's some big news. Why you look at me like that, Lorena? I mean, that's some big news.
I thought you were about to call the president name. See you.
No. I will do no such thing. I will do no such thing. But I can tell you the person, I can describe the person though. The person that he want me to get 2 eyes, 2 ears, 1 nose, 1 mouth. I can describe the person for you. Eric McGill, hey man, how you doing, Eric? Very well, it's good to see you. They call him man Mohammed. Kaka. No, where your boss lady Titi. I've been calling this woman. She want to take her test, right? She is going to school. She failed the first test. And they tell her to do repeat. Titi, don't go to school because you're bringing ticket no more. Titi made 69. I got the paper. She's scared. She don't want me to share the paper. Actually, you missed. You want me to tell you?
No.
Oh, but why you couldn't tell me? Lorena, man, that went on the attitude. You know, Miss Sister 9 in school before, Lorena? You know, Miss Sister 9 in school before? Come on, man. I swear the internet cut you off on you. That one Miss Sister 9, folks. I'm not saying it. She went to school, she missed Sister 9. I don't think that's a bad thing to announce that the CEO of the Spoon Network, Madam Titi Kane, she's in school. But this test was very hard for her. And her excuse that she wasn't well. And, you know, is that a bad thing to announce that Madam Titi missed Sister 9 in her exam? I mean, they gave her a second chance, though. Lorena, this one I know secret. They gave her a second chance. I don't know whether she's going to pass the war. They get it rough. That school, that's small school. That's one of the best schools in Liberia.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so she refused to talk to me because I said I was going to announce it. I thought it. She messed Sister 9. Let me pull the gray sheet up. Should I do that, Lorena? Should I pull up the gray sheet? Yes, if you want me to pull up the gray sheet, tell me and I will. Let me see. The name is Morris Day. Morris Day, you want me to put the gray sheet up? I will put the gray sheet up. The Liberian eminent intellectual. I will put that gray sheet up if you want me to. Lorena, should I pull up the gray sheet?
Theo, you have her gray sheet?
Yeah. Yeah.
How you got her gray sheet?
So she sent it to me.
Okay.
You know, she was frustrated. She needed me to counsel her. I'm the good counselor, right? And I said, Madam Titi, but since they gave you, so that's the issue, right? Madam Titi said the time ran out. You know, they say you'll take the exam for 1 hour, but you know that woman, she can't do the 1 hour thing. So she didn't answer some of the other questions, and she scored 69. I don't believe it, right? I don't believe it. Because I know for me, if Madam Titi was young and sharp, and you know, she got the whole Spoon Network problem on her head, she was going to do that thing in 30 minutes. Multiple choice, they gave you 1 hour, just go many money go. You know, but Madam Titi kept on reading the question over and over, and she made 69. I don't think that's a bad thing, a serious thing. So this time around, she made 69. And you need 75 to move on, right? They gave her the second test. So I believe, even if she scored 80, or maybe 85 in the second exam, right? That will be full, that will be 15. I think she can make it. Yeah. Easy 77. That's 77, she can move on. She needs 85 and above in the second exam. So I'm just saying, Hotel de Long. That's not me, right? That's not me. And you know, Peter Toba, the woman Sister 9 exam. Lorena internet going on and off. She will catch up. Kekula Jones, and woman Sister 9. Madam Titi, that you know that my own man, she's the CEO, but sometimes let's talk it. Lorena, come back, don't run away. Let's talk it. You know. So next time she will not send me her, she will not send me her report card. Faith, how you doing, Faith? Sam Newman, it's good to see you, Sammy. Dominic Fofana, as always. What's that name? Rafael Ballet. It's good to see you. Lucy, it's good to see you. And we also like to announce that I will be speaking to Martin Cody in a very short while. I'm going to call Martin Cody in a short while. And I want to say to all of you, share this show. The internet is trippy. You know, we're working on this internet thing. Bad internet in Liberia. The guys there from LTA got to do better. They all just messed up. The internet is very, very bad. The system in Liberia is well. Pierre Campbell, it's good to see you. Chris Buckley, as always, what's up, Chris O? We're going to bring in Miata Griffey is here. Let's talk about Lofa Piquet. Hey, Lofa Piquet, where you coming from, my man? Lofa Piquet, how you doing? We're going to bring Myers. Myers is here. Again, I will just announce that the CEO, Madam Titi Cannon, her first exam, she has 69. They give her second trial, probably she's going to make 85 to pass, maybe 84, who knows, and she can climb over. Again, I have the gray sheet. If you want me to show you the gray sheet, I will. This is where we give the people the information that they need. We don't hide anything. If you get something to hide, don't come on our show, Lorena. That's why the internet is shaking. And we hope you get the internet right. I also want to announce, though, our brother Fadiga, he got a new job. Look at Fadiga. You know Fadiga, you know, not the LDA Fadiga, guys. We got to talk about this. I was saying UJ Fadiga, the man got a new job. He has a new job, Fadiga. Fadiga has a new job. Al Hussein, UJ Fadiga. This is the Fadiga that, you know, he was going to France, right? First of all, Fadiga was making 20,000 United States dollars in America. He left it to go serve his country with pride and honor. They sent him to Paris, France, right, as ambassador, something. We don't know what happened, but then the government reassigned the man that he should be hanging out with Gafwan. So the man is hanging out with Gafwan in the office of the minister. So the man working at his Gafwan, you don't want me to tell them one, right? So just take a look. This is Fadiga. What you make about Fadiga? I got a lot of story for you today. Very important story. You know the president had a cabinet meeting. We're going to talk about it. But Fadiga, there you go. There you go. What you say about Fadiga? Fadiga got a new job. Gafwan cannot give the ministry of the university 200,000, but you're hiring more consultant to do his PR. So Fadiga is in every chat room fighting for Gafwan. Anywhere people talk about Gafwan, but Fadiga owned a job to clean up the mess. But there you go. Fadiga got a new job. Paul Berman, what you say? Fadiga got a new job. Oliver Dakwe, Fadiga got a new job. Hey, Mama Mesa, see her phone. Somebody stole the phone. I know where you left that phone, Mama Mesa. Don't tell me to talk. I will talk it. I know where you left that phone. I go and get it from there. Kolku Jones, Fadiga got a new job. Dan Rex, Fadiga got a new job. Turning Cody, what you make about Fadiga new job? The man left. He left the job in Paris and he working with Gafwan. Charles Russell, you're picking Fadiga working with Gafwan. So you see, public engagement specialists. Ego. The issue is that if they say public engagement specialist, that is to say, Fadiga got to go in every chat room to fight for Gafwan. Every chat room, Fadiga will go and fight for Gafwan. Dennis Salif. So we got to applaud Fadiga. At least he's not in the country hungry no more. You know, his brother now with LDA, so he got to hustle now, right? Yeah, like seriously, Ben Cooper, you can see. And, you know, public engagement, yeah, you guys seen it. Public engagement, especially PES. I don't know who the public engagement. Somebody got to help me. I came earlier today to interrupt our sister. I want you, listen, I want you to say, you see, Joseph Boaka know how to give people a job. President Boaka know how to do this thing. He look around, there's nothing left in the government. He said, Fadiga. Lorena, what you say? What you look at me for, Lorena? Stop looking at me. What you say? What you say, Lorena?
Nothing with you. I'm just listening, you know.
You can't listen. Fadiga get a new job. I mean, I love it. I love it. Nobody will be left behind. Nobody. I mean, when I saw this thing, I was so happy. And I was like, thank you, Lord, that he gave Fadiga a new job. You got to go on every Facebook page to reply to anybody that talk about Gafwan. You got to go in every chat room that says assignment to attack anybody that will talk bad about Gafwan. And that's Fadiga's job. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. Welcome to Spoon Talk. We going. Hey. I love to come early because I love to cause trouble. We going. So Fadiga got a new job, right? As you can see, we'll open the phone line shortly and want to hear from you. We're talking about Madam Titi scoring 69, but she's going to make it up, right? We just talking about Fadiga. I'm not going to put your ask for Madam Titi picture. I will not do that on my own. I can't do that to her, right? But Fadiga got a new job, as everybody will see. I want to keep it up. Take the photo. Al Hussein UJ Fadiga, public Public engagement specialist, consultant. What you said, Lamina? You were saying something to me. What you said?
No, I mean, at the in government CEO, they have a lot of consultants, so they are not public servants.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why the brother left a 20,000 job to go be a consultant. But you know, Fadiga is my friend, right? Fadiga is my man. Seriously. Fadiga is my best friend. He's one of the best friends I have in Liberia. So to all those of you out there, please appreciate the fact that Fadiga gets something going now. You didn't know. You were praying for him. T-Pulse, Pickett Dempster. That your man Fadiga. Pickett Dempster said, I'm going to leave the man alone. I don't know why. I'm just trying to promote this guy. But we got another story, and I will call Martin shortly. I always come to do my plenty talking small, and we got another one. Let me put Fadiga picture down small. You know, these are all the major things we'll be discussing. We receive information that Charisma Ray, I think, can you give me her photo if you can? That she was suspended. We got to discuss it. Was she actually suspended? Charisma from the foreign ministry? Was she actually suspended? I really want to know. I need to ask the question. And I would tell you what I know and what I have. And, you know, I reached out to the foreign ministry. They sent me a memo from the foreign ministry, and I read the memo. I will share with you. But Charisma, you know, give me Charisma picture. We'll talk about it. And I also want to say to all of you that, guess what happened? Joe Manawia get a new job. President George Manawia got a new international job. Oh, you didn't know that? Oh, you tell me you didn't know? Lorena?
Yes, sir. It's on Spoon page.
President George Manawia got himself a new FIFA Players Voice panel takes up duties to tackle racism in football. You see that? And President George Manawia, where you see the red, like a horse, like an axe, that president we are right there. They take our whole president and they put it in the bottom. They even put a man up. Ballon d'Or, world best, European best, Africa best. They put a man in the bottom. The man got a new job. Some of you that didn't know, I just announced it. That's why experience is, and that's why you have to have the international connection. President George Manawia will be a panelist on some kind of media to be talking about racism in football. Now, I don't know about you. I don't know about you. I will wait a year from you, okay? Not me. Listen, I'm just here to tell you the news. I just show you the one. I show you Fadiga. I show you the one. I got plenty of things for you today. And then we will go into the serious issue of the show tonight. But President, we got a new job. What say you? CDC, no sedition. What say you? President, we got a new job. Players Voice Panel. There you go. There are how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Did I count it right? Are they 17? No, let's do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. They are 16. And you can recognize some of these players. If you ever watch soccer, you can recognize some of the players. But we yet to announce to you that our former president, Dr. George Mane Bagube Opon Wia, he got a new job. I mean, John Wia will never ever go broke in his life. He brought to Liberia 80 million, he left with 350 million in 6 years. Paul Kennedy come to disturb my talking here today. John Wia brought 80 million in the country after playing football, and he left with 350 million after being president for 6 years. He got a new job. So, I mean, I don't know what you're going to say. I'm just saying it. And I like Joe. Yeah, you know, I like the man. I like the guy. But the guy got a new job. He would never go broke. Never, ever. In his entire life, he would make money till he died. His children would make money. The man will never, ever be broke. FIFA begged the man. And they get him a new job. Who can pull for? I mean, Paul Kennedy, I know you keep interrupting. You said I'm talking plenty. That's why I didn't answer you when you called me. But Joey, I got a new job. I know you don't want me to talk about Joey, so let me put it out, Paul. I mean, my thing, I like to entertain my fellow Liberians. I like to entertain. That's who I am. Hey, guys, you got to share the show, right? You got to go on Facebook right now, on YouTube right now. And if you don't share the show, I will block you. I'm telling you. I will add a Costa, I will block you. You know how Costa used to block people? I will block you right now. I'm watching anybody. If you share the show, just say, yeah, you share the show. Just give me yes. Give me thumbs up. If you share the show, I will block you. See what they? You got to share the show. How can you sit there, Joe? We got to get a new job. You even clap. Hey, Joe, we got to get a new job.
Yeah, I think we all should clap. It brings honor to our country.
How much are they paying him, though?
It's undisclosed.
No, I know. It's not on the club, but I will announce it. I'm telling you that, President, we came back to Liberia with 80 million, and he left with 350 million, a beautiful investment.
How can you prove that?
But Paul, it's not my business to prove it.
Oh, you just talking.
It's what Sidisha to say a lie, then I will prove it.
You just talking. You
I told my own, them I tell their own.
That's the way you get Malantidi Gracie all on the internet. Something wrong with you, then.
She begged me not to put that Gracie thing on. She begged me.
What kind of man is this?
Well, let me say this to you, right? I went to bed last night. Right, this side of my head was hurting. I felt it like a tension. Poop, poop. You saw that I left the show early yesterday, right? Because I was on the show, but I wasn't feeling well. I don't know what happened. Seriously, I ate taco. And maybe it has some different thing going on with me. So I left the show early. I left, how you call him? What's his name? Akari's ready to take over. So right now I'm okay. I got to talk. Good. Paul, do you know how many people wait for the program? Do you know how many people right now, they finish eating, they listen to the radio? Do you know how many Liberians home and abroad just depend on Spoon to give them nothing but the news?
But that's why we are here.
That's why we are here. And we are grateful to God.
We are.
Yeah, we are. So I come here to entertain. I come here to give the Liberian people the news. I come here to play cha-cha. Even if I see you in that game room, I will talk it on the show.
That news should not be.
If you see me anywhere, talk it.
That news should not be Madame Titi's gray sheet. It should not be anything, but because there are news there.
That Madame Titi is the biggest CEO of Spoon Network. The people want to know about Madame Titi. I mean, Paul, let me relax. Madame Titi went to school. She made 69. That's bad grades, right? Guess what happened?
Madame Titi Kane is an outcome of Liberian journalism.
Say she will not give you a job.
Go and research. Go when you
I know. It got nothing to do with journalism.
Titi Kane, Kwame Clement, Charles Leon.
My man,
these are people. These are Liberians. These are Liberians who are in a class
listen
of
to what
their
she said.
own when it comes to journalism.
Listen to what she said. She said Philippians 4, 6, and 7. Listen, let me be ready. Be careful for nothing, but in everything by prayers and supplication with thanksgiving, let your requests be made known unto God, and the peace of God, which passes all understanding, shall keep your hearts and mind through Christ Jesus. The most I tell you about
she finish with you. She finish with you. Now, una way of saying
yeah, man. I call her more all day. She pick up my call, so let me do her husband.
Yeah, man. Voice. She finished with you now.
I call her all day. She pick up my call, so I will deal with her husband. Yeah, man. We have so Paul, let me run through this thing because we should be calling Mountain shortly. Yeah. We got a lot of program. Again, I said to you, go there and share the show. I don't know about this guy, but we'll discuss it. And real quick, look at your boy. He got a new job, Paul, at the Ministry of Finance. He working straight there with Gafwan. He's a consultant, public engagement specialist.
Yoje Fadiga. He has what's the position there? Public engagement specialist.
Yeah, he's a consultant. He will go in every WhatsApp chat room, every Facebook pages, and go ahead and debunk anybody that say bad thing about Gafwan.
I don't think that's the term.
Paul, you need to leave me alone, Paul.
That's not.
I spoke to the man. Paul, listen. No, I don't know what you're doing. No, Paul, I don't know what you're doing. I spoke to Fadiga, Paul. I spoke to Fadiga.
He's misrepresenting. If that what Fadiga told you, if that what.
Well, let's talk one at a time. I beg you. Let me finish your thought, yeah?
Okay, go
ahead. I beg you, Chief. If anybody in the back saying 4.0 chat room, go there. Fadiga explained the TOR for this position. Is there? Fadiga himself shared this. Do you know that? I mean, I don't lie. To me, lying is a sin. That should not lie. And another one I will quote for you, because it belongs to you, thou shalt not convert your neighbor wife. So let's come to the line.
Nobody converting their neighbor wife here. Let's come back to the issue. Don't run away from the issue. A public engagement specialist position at the Ministry of Finance, it's a very big job. And let me tell you why.
Well, I don't want to know that. I don't want to know about the
Ministry
job.
of Finance and
why are you forcing yourself in the conversation, my man?
You say you're going to talk and I'm going to talk. Give me a chance to talk.
But Paul, listen. Paul,
Lorena, can you mute this man? Let me finish my point.
You will tell my staff to mute me.
Don't want the producer, she can mute you. What are you talking about?
So you think I just say that for nothing?
You don't know what you are because your assignment is greater than rank.
So Lorena, you get you out to mute me?
Assignment is greater than rank.
I see why Lorena, when Paul was in Labrador and visited the station, Lorena was the one I was showing you around. I see why.
The woman has a TOR here to produce. In production, if she finds that you become a menace, she can actually mute you so that the production can go on well. Yeah,
Lorena, I ain't got no problem with that. No problem. You can mute me.
The man. You can mute me. Lorena, please mute this man. Let me tell the Liberian people that Fadiga actually has.
I don't want you that. But Paul, wait for the show now. Paul, listen. Brother Paul, wait for the show, then you can explain. That's one of the conversations we're having tonight, right? Let me go ahead and do all my yama. You came early to interrupt me, Paul. This is the entertainment part of the program. I always tell you, Paul, if you're in Liberia, you gotta be Glenn. You cannot be in Liberia, Paul, and you want to be an intellectual. You will not make it. Go ask Mo Ali. You will not make it. You in Liberia, you want to be intellectual, you will not make it.
Mo Ali and my papa, Samuel Jackson, who just running around taking pictures of everybody, have smoked a peace pipe. He went to Mo, they signed the treaty, they're not going to cost each other anymore. Then he went to Amos Tour. The Bible spent 3 days in Liberia.
Let me tell you something.
17%.
Let me tell you something about that meeting, right? Lorena, can you find a picture for us? Those photos. Let me tell you something about that meeting, right, Paul? All these things you guys did to smoke peace pipe. If anybody look at Uncle Sam work, Uncle Sam will go on Facebook and call them out.
But you know, which one of the pipe not going to last long? The one with him more, I can guarantee you. Talk more.
It will never last long. It will never last long. No.
Toy is a diplomat, so you know he's going to maintain the peace, but not Mo. Mo is going to. That might be Mo telling the nonsense right back.
No, but the issue is that you don't understand. Mo Ali, Stephen Johnson, and Uncle Sam, they will never have a peace accord. They will never, ever. They will sit down and eat, they will go to the Calabar, but they will never ever agree on issues.
So stand up. We need to find out Uncle Sam's motive and his trip agenda to Monrovia.
I know.
Before he came to Monrovia, he caused everybody. He on Facebook causing, he there causing more. Now he comes.
But people want the entertainment part of the show, but I beg you, but we come to that tonight.
He comes to small peace part where it's more. Is that genuine? I think that American and Vietnamese peace pipe.
What's this? Oh, this is charisma. This is charisma, right? Charisma. The information that she was suspended. We'll talk about it. Paul, you posted that in the chat room today. I raised my concern. I reached out to the foreign ministry. I got more information on this from the foreign ministry. We'll be discussing it. When I saw the person seriously, I thought this woman, she was at the UN. And I thought, man, she's a very smart young lady. But again, we'll discuss it. I also want to say something serious happening. I want to bring in Martin Cuddy. I will bring in Martin Cuddy real quick. Somebody called my heart. They called me with Prince Johnson picture on there. I thought that Prince Johnson called me. My heart called just now. No, they called me from WhatsApp, right? And they carry Prince Johnson picture as the logo picture. Seriously, because I had Prince Johnson used to call me. My heart called just now.
Wow, may it so rest in peace.
May it so rest in peace. No, people, I'm not making fun. You know, when we're having a show that then Prince Johnson will call and give me information. I just saw it just on my heart call. I'm scared to answer the call. Should I answer the call? Because I'm afraid. I mean, I'm not playing. They just call me. Okay, I don't want to get in trouble with the people at Nima, but they just called me and Prince Johnson picture came up and my heart caught. I said, what's going on here? So, Paul, what do you think I should do? I'm scared already.
Answer the call.
Should I call him back?
Yeah, I mean, the WhatsApp has a name on it.
No name. No name.
Only you to be picture show up.
Where? My man, let's say I'm on the show, you are live. You call me with Prince Johnson picture on, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that you are talking to me. You scare me just now back. You scare me back.
No, but you know your baby that I was saying, who got your all the body now? You can't be here.
Yeah, I understand that. I know, but when I saw the picture, my heart caught. Seriously, my heart caught. But anyway, I will take you off air now. I will take you off air because I know who you are. Then we'll talk later.
Okay.
All right. So Paul, at least we know now. Somebody try to talk to me, and I just want to say, listen, I answered the call that somebody else, but my heart was beating generally. I'm very, very fast. Poop, 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 poop. I don't know. And thank God that my heart. Paul, why are you looking over your shoulder? That a woman there?
My man, nobody in my house back.
Well, you just looking over your shoulder, small.
I'm not looking over my shoulder. The TV.
Paul, you just did. No, Paul, you just Paul, you just did just now. We saw your eye, my man. Are you home?
I am
because
home.
Your background have changed. That thing behind you was in there.
I don't carry this microphone around. This microphone is almost 2 pounds. I don't carry it around.
I tell you, I did a Timon in Georgia. I'm carrying the clock around with him everywhere I play. Everywhere they play, you can't clock.
That would be like the bro play. His background always clean. There's no way you can know where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We got 5 more minutes, right? We got 5 more minutes to talk about Tabata. We want to say we love you. Listen, there's a lot to discuss today. I'm going to take the time to call Martin Cuddy. We got some things to say. And you understand that Martin will be joining the Spoon Network shortly with his own special program. But we will call him because he raised concern that I'd like Paul and myself to hold him on tour, right? If you saw this, secret salary, 4 signature payroll, 4 hit MCSS. And this thing about Gafine and the 78 million under disbursed GAC audit report revealed. The activates, Martin K. and Cuddy. Lorena, can you put his name on the feed? Let's see who's speaking, Lorena. Welcome to the show, Martin Cuddy. How you doing?
Thank you, CEO. It is always my pleasure. I'm glad to be on briefly. Permit me to extend my greetings to Mr. Kennedy and Madam Honoree. Good to be on. Greetings to all Liberians who are listening.
Martha, our greetings to your family. I'm hearing a little girl crying. God bless you. Our sympathy to you and the entire family for the loss of your father-in-law. We wish your family God's speed and God's strength. Thank you very much for joining us tonight.
Thank you so much, CEO. I appreciate the sympathy. May God take control during this time of bereavement.
Martin, the reason why, and talk to us about this secret salary. You ran this story, this newspaper, running with this story, and I do believe that the Liberian people really want to know more. You got two very important stories here: the secret salary concerning MCSS suspended Superintendent James Momoa.
Certainly, CEO. First of all, I would like to say thanks to all of the journalists in Monrovia working for the paper. They have been very committed and diligent to truth-telling and investigative journalism. I am in Europe, they are on the ground doing the work, and we want to appreciate all of them, be it the journalists in Monrovia and the correspondents around the country. You know, CEO, I would like to say on this platform bluntly, the system is rotten. I'm not going to mince my words anymore. The system is rotten. And we have to sanitize the rotten, otherwise we are going nowhere. You can recall, we raised the issue of the scandal at the Monrovia Consolidated School System, MCSS, sometime in June of this year. Due to the alarm we raised and the leaks we exposed, the superintendent was suspended, Mr. James Momoa, because the institution was characterized by rampant corruption and all sorts of scandal. The president took a decision based on the fact that we released a lot, including Sport FM, you know, from payroll manipulation to fraud to insurance scandal, you know, to armchair scandal. Too many things were happening at the entity. So we had to raise a lot. The decision was taken, and the communication from the president was crystal clear. Suspension with all pay. What's going on? You know, suspension with all pay. The suspension was done on the 24th of June, 2025. But if you look at that story on the screen, and we uploaded all the pieces of evidence because the journalists at the paper are more interested in the truth, investigation. The entity is credible, balanced. We make sure all of our facts are verified. So if you look at what we uploaded, Mr. James Momoa received his salary for July and August, even though he was suspended on the 24th of June 2025 without pay, according to presidential order. So what eventually happened was the payroll was manipulated. They managed to have switched his ID account number to GT Bank. Everything is in the story. You know, this is the extent to which people go to collude and undermine the financial position of the state. It's unfortunate. So they didn't want people to notice because everybody knew, and as a matter of internal organizational structure, people are usually paid through RB Bank, like him. You know, so they switched his account to GT Bank and they started paying him through GT Bank July and August. How we now raised the alarm and uploaded all of the pieces of evidence, they were even paying him for September, this September. So the question, CEO, is Are people really obeying the orders of the president? Or they are taking his words for granted? Because the president was very clear. And it would be good for you to upload the letter, the suspension letter. It's in paragraph number 1. The president said, you are hereby suspended without pay. That's plain English. You don't need anybody to interpret that to you. You are hereby suspended with immediate effect. It's in, thank you very much, CEO. Is that with immediate effect, without pay? So if somebody says without pay, it means that you can't keep receiving salary. So how did he receive a salary for July and August? So the system is just rotten, it's corrupt, and people are protecting their interests and not the republic's interests. That's why we are not making any substantial progress. Because the system is colluded. It affects the ordinary people, including civil servants.
So let me hold you briefly, Martin. Thank you. We got the letter here. The entire letter is here concerning James Momo's suspension, right? But the first paragraph, Executive Mansion, Monrovia, Liberia, June 24th, 2025. President Joseph Yuma Boakai Sr. has suspended Mr. James A.S. Momo, Superintendent of the Monrovia Consolidated School System, MCSS, with immediate effect and without pay, pending the conclusion of a full and impartial investigation. This is it. Now, let's look at some of the document here, Paul Kennedy, before we bring in Martin. If you look at this document, maybe we try to zoom in, but it's in the chat room. He's still on payroll. July payroll, August payroll. Where you see the circle at and the line, that's his name right there. James August Momo, right there. Hey, bank, account information, everything there. Let's look at this. When you see the yellow line, that's his name. And the amount, if you zoom in, they will tell you how much money he made and how much he took home. This is the internal payroll document for July. But this guy, the president said, go home, you're done on the 24th of June. But yet and still, they are paying him. Martin, how did this happen? Now we know it happened July and August, but how did this happen, Martin?
You know, it's unfortunate that a presidential order will not be obeyed or followed. Then it brings the office of the president into public disrepute. The office of the president is the highest office in the land. According to the Constitution of Liberia, he is the chief executive officer. According to the Constitution, he's the head of state, the head of the executive branch. So all these people working in the executive, whether at the CSA, whether at the MCSS, they work at the whims and caprices of the president, except for tenure positions. Except for tenure positions, like people sitting on the bench of the Supreme Court and judges of subordinate courts. So if the president mandates based on events pointing to corruption and mass scandal as an institution, it behooves the interim management team to implement the mandate of the president. But it appears like people are not taking the mandate of the president seriously. Probably because maybe they have noticed that the president is weak in following up on some of these decisions. So they take advantage. And there should not be.
So Martin, let me bring in.
An internal investigation was
What internal investigation again? Because that's why I'm going on. LCC grabbed the man. LCC investigated him.
Sorry?
No, I said what internal investigation? That's where I was going.
Yeah, so I was saying, CEO, an internal investigation was held after we raised the alarm about the scandal at the MCSS. As a result of that internal investigation, the president decided to suspend him. After suspension, he was turned over to the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission because the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission has statutory mandate to carry out a quasi-judicial process and then submit findings to the Office of the President for potential prosecution if there are probable cause for any form of persecution or indictment by the state. This is how it works. So the president suspended him based on the internal investigation conducted by the board of the MCSS. And the president was crystal clear, CEO. Everyone just read the letter dated June 24th, 2025.
Martin, I understand, but how did that happen, Martin? Let's go into MCSS now and ask this question. How did that happen?
So this is how it happened. The current HR is the confidant of the suspended superintendent.
What's her name?
You know these people usually, when they are appointed, they tend to bring in confidants who can shield them of their facilities. They tend to bring in confidence who can shield them of their facilities. So when the journalist published the story, she reached out to them, right? She reached out to them. She's not claiming that the documents published, right, are not valid or authentic. Her name is Kopo David, right? And we have all the exchanges she had with the journalists. Her argument is not that what the journalists published about the MCSS still paying the suspended superintendent is false. She's not disputing the documents. She's not disputing the publication of the story. Their argument is it should have still been taken paid because it deserved it. Which law?
For how long? Because the president said with immediate effect.
Yeah, but which law even said that it should have still been taken paid? Which law? No law. The president said with immediate effect. With immediate effect means now. Probably we may be wrong. Then somebody will have to get an English professor from probably the UK to interpret what immediate effect means. But no.
All right, we got to run because we discussed this today. Paul Kennedy, you have any question on this one? Then we'll run to the next story.
It's not a question. It's not a question, Stanton. I just want to thank Martin for always being really vigilant in unearthing these things. Coming from him means a lot. I mean, he used to be the rescue Rambo. For him to be telling us that the system is rotten, means a lot. I mean, everyone should take it into consideration. This is not strange, Joe Stanton. Similar thing has happened before too. You remember the representative Abu Kamara when he was accused of getting overpayment from government. So sometimes you are released of your position and you still get money coming into your account because of how the finance ministry bulk payment system works. It's really not on the individual. It is the negligence of the negligence.
But Abu Kamara didn't use the money though. These people that went back and say this is an error, take the money back. Right.
Because so we don't know why he didn't use the money because the money was going to his same business account. So of course, when you have a business account that is revolving, you don't know what money. Sometimes you don't know money is coming from which aspect, right? Abu Kamara, they even asked him to pay back. But what I'm trying to link the Abu Kamara incident here is that the payment comes from the Ministry of Finance and the paying agency, right? The individual has the right under our law to report overpayment or continuing payment. But this gentleman, I don't know whether he was honest enough when the money came to him to say, you know what, I'm suspended. The government said, well, I'll pay. Here I'm receiving pay, so it shouldn't be of that nature. Now, it was obligated upon him to report that when you're receiving that with anyone with integrity. But of course, people will try to malign the system to beat around, and which has caught up with him. But then my question is this an act now of a disrespect to the president order, or is this just a gross cover-up where they suspend people and still keep paying them on a cover, and until people like Martin are revealing it? Is this what's happening to the rest of the people who are being suspended? This is the question I want to ask. Because if they suspend you and they say, well, I'll pay, There's no way any salary or payment should get to you. But if salaries and payment are still getting to you, then I will question the system. Are they grossly disrespecting the president, or
Thank you.
is it a way to cover up and people continue to get money on their hand? These are the kind of
Thank
questions.
you. Martin, you want to respond to his concern and question for Kennedy?
Oh, certainly. I think Mr. Kennedy asked an important question, very important. It's a two-way street, Mr. Kennedy. So if someone brings in a confidant, out of the sort of the president dismisses or suspends that person, the person still owes loyalty to the head of the institution that brought him or her in the system. And this is becoming normalized. I don't want to conclusively indict other entities, but based on investigation, we have seen that happening at some of the entities. I want to say some, not all, because we haven't investigated everything yet. So we cannot make such a conclusive statement. But what I would say is that they also take into consideration the weakness of the president to follow up. By right, the president should not be following up on these things. His able lieutenants, people who are working at the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, the budget of the Ministry of State for Presidential Affairs, Mr. Kennedy, is more than 13, 14 million.
Right.
So there should be lieutenants at the ministry to follow up. Because whenever the president issues a letter of suspension, that is a matter of policy. That's a policy position. So nobody should disobey. That's a directive. Presidential directive is very powerful. Because the president is the head of government. And besides that, he's the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria. That's how powerful the president is. So when the president mandates, it is intended to be implemented, especially mandates that are
So Martin.
executive.
So Martin, here we are. James Mombo is suspended. And do you think now this is out the government, those in charge will stop such contribution to his account? Have they stopped?
Because we have raised a lamb, I'm certain that they will start, because their decision to keep paying goes contrary to the presidential mandate. The letter is crystal clear. We don't need any English interpreter. With immediate effect, stop paying him. That's what the letter says.
That's exactly what it says.
If you are suspended in June of 2025 and you still pay him up to August, have we not raised a lamb you have paid him in September? How sure are we you will not even pay him September? Because the thing is, there should be system and control.
We don't have that matter. We don't have that system, and we don't have it, and we can say that. I mean, he's still collecting his paycheck, having fun and enjoying. But Martin, let's move to the next one, because we'll get into this program. We want to say to all of you joining us, we have Martin Cuddy on the line. And again, you know, this is what we do on Spoon. Before the rest of the cats join us, we will be having our fun, but discussing some serious issue. Martin, US 78 million honor disbursed. GAC's audit revealed. Talk to us about this on Gafwan. It's hanging over him.
So basically, you know, I took time to read the story also written by the Congress in Liberia, the journalists, and I managed to verify the information in the latest audit report of the data account of Liberia. So I think this is also disruptive in terms of financial flow, because if 78 million was approved to be disbursed to various spending entities, 106, because there are 106 according to the audit report of the consolidated account, Republic of Liberia. And almost all of the 106 spending entities did not receive all of their disbursements for fiscal year 2024. Then that's a problem, CEO. It creates problems for the public hospitals. It creates problems for the public schools. You just raised an important issue yesterday about the University of Liberia. And there have been consistent disruptions as a result of financial constraints. As part of the constraints, you have honor disbursement. For people who are listening and do not understand what honor disbursement means, it means that if the government, through the legislature and through the executive, allots and or appropriates $100 dollars for your entity, and the government only makes available for that fiscal year $50 dollars, that means your entity is honor disbursed in the sense that the government still hasn't remitted.
So that means you get all your money, Martin. You get all your money to operate.
Correct.
That's it.
That means you haven't gotten all your money. Yeah, that's the simplest way to put it. You haven't gotten all your money. That means the government still has $50 for you. And now we are in a new fiscal year. So the question now becomes, the critical question is, what happens to that $50 that the government owed me last fiscal year 2024? Because my operation, the implementation of my programs and activities, say for example, let's use the hospital in Greenville as a case study. Most of the public hospitals are challenged already due to financial constraints. Yeah.
But Martin, so let me ask you a question, right? Because we got to run. Let me ask you this, though. We are talking about $78 million here, Martin. Right. This very finance minister said they got surplus. He's celebrating on surplus. What's the contradiction? You got surplus, but you got $78 million on this verse.
You know, usually when people talk about surplus, I just laugh. We still have debts. Our current debt portfolio, CEO, both external and internal, we are owing external and internal creditors over $1.6 billion as at now, according to the quarterly report of the Central Bank of Liberia. So you cannot even talk about surplus when civil servants are not taking pay. You can't talk about surplus when thousands of volunteer teachers and volunteer medical workers are not even on payroll. You can't talk about surplus when the University of Liberia is in rooms. Look at some of the structures at that university. Can their children go to that university? The children of senior public officials, can they send their children to that university? Let's be honest here. That place are looking like that. Even chicken poultry is better. Can they send their children to that university?
Also, Martin, that's the reason why you need Martin. That's the reason why you need to look at your schedule and come on, because now we will be discussing the university.
Let me just say this quickly.
Yeah.
Let me just say this quickly, because you called me on briefly. I was actually busy, you know.
I know.
I'm here with the family. We are mourning.
Yeah.
But I had to come to say some of these things. Look at the offices they set in. They renovated all the offices. But they left the University of Liberia. Are these people honest to themselves? They renovate where they go to work to sit. Yeah. But 22,000 students, over 2,000-3,000 faculty members, you sit in at that. And most of them graduated from that university CEO, including the president of the country. And you're looking at the state-run university that is sending in rooms because you cannot even give $3-4 million for renovation. And those were the wars you passed through to become who you are today. Why are people not reflecting? Why are they not thinking? This is the fundamental. To not have even remitted all of the monies as requested by the university and approved by the legislature, it is a whole fundamental contradiction that nobody can defend. How much does the university need? I listened to the president. Give us just $41 billion. Look at the budget of the legislature in the last 24 months. $103 million. But they are unable to invest in quality education in Liberia. So why did we vote them?
So I'm going to go ahead. And do this. Martin, hold on 1 minute.
The power that they have. Now, see, let me ask this question. The power that they have to appropriate and allot these public resources, who gave them the power? Who are they? Are they our employers?
So Martin, hold on 1 minute. I'm going to do this real quick. Hold on 1 minute. We get the guys coming out. It's very important for us to do this. While you're speaking, right? And I want to say this is only fair. Poor candidate, this is what I'm going to zoom in on it. This is the letter written to the senators, right? Requesting, right? Listen to the subject here. Request for immediate funding approval to address adjunct faculty salary arrears and jumpstart bathroom renovation. What is she asking for? I'm going to share this letter because this is breaking. 550,000. 550,000. But right now, the woman is on her knee begging for 251,000 right now. If you want school to open on Monday, she's on her knee begging. She's begging Gafwan. This is the letter that just came through the wire. She's begging. So what she said yesterday, it was only yesterday, but what she actually put it on paper now, as of yesterday, upon that hearing, she didn't get faster yet. Tomorrow that's Saturday. So we got to finish up with you, Martin, and I'm going to share the letter with you. We got all these documents coming through, but it's scary to know. We got the whole how you call it, payroll structure of the University of Liberia. We shared today. When the woman said they're making less than $200, and she said it's bad. And you're right, Martin. Why Gafan drive in the beautiful SUV and sit in the AC offices, a student that languishing on the street. But let allow you to finish up because now we're in Zigo and we'll run with this story. Finish up for us, Martin.
Thank you, CEO. You know, we have to be honest and serious about national leadership in the country. That's why I said from the beginning, people thought that I was trying to oppose the appointment of Dr. Mambana. You can even bring the president of Harvard University to run that school. The government doesn't provide the needed support, the needed financial support. You are wasting your time. You can even bring the president of any university in heaven to run that school. Let me say greetings to Uncle Sam. I see Uncle Sam. I see Brother Fubi Herons. I see my own auntie Glendy. How are you guys? Welcome to the show. So you can even bring a president, if there's any university in heaven, you can bring that president to run the University of Liberia in as much the government doesn't show interest in terms of intentional investment in that university. You are wasting your time. We have seen that over time. The point I'm making is, if you look at the charter that created that university, the charter is very clear. The president is the visitor of the university. However, the government is on a statutory mandate to finance the university. One university, the government should finance the university. That's what the charter says.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. We'll have it in studio. We hope that all goes well with the family while you guys go through this time of bereavement. We want to say thank you a lot for taking time off to talk to us.
Thank you, CEO. Just 1 minute. I was driving to a point. So besides just the 250,000 or 500,000 to reopen, right? There are many other challenges. Even one university in the sub-region that does not have a bus to commute students from one campus to another. Name me one. So these people around the 5,000 they actually are comfortable. But when the 2,000 students don't even have a bus to commute from Red Light to Fender and back to the campus. Does that make sense to you? The question is, whose resources are they managing? Are the resources from the private companies, or are the resources for the Liberian people? You know, also we have to be crystal clear. When we supported the president, we made a promise. Our support was with a promise. When the government comes to power, some of us we are not interested in government positions or jobs, but we just wanted the best for our people. The condition did not signal anything as in the best for our people. So we said, okay, we will rally around Mr. Bwaka to come to power and disrupt the system.
Thank you, Martin. Let's leave it at Martin. We'll get back to you. We know that it's a long,
for the opportunity.
Yeah, it's a long conversation.
The system was designed to suppress our people, and that is what we have to disrupt. Thank you for the opportunity. May God bless you and bless our people.
May God bless the state. Thank you very much, Martin. We appreciate it. I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining us. It's going to be a wonderful show today. You know, whenever I come early on the show, Paul Kennedy, thank you very much for joining me early. You know, while we keep the company of our sister Lorena Honoré. I want to welcome Uncle Sam Jackson, Phoebe Herring, Glendy, and the rest of the team joining us tonight. We want to say it's going to be a beautiful show. Continue sharing the show. I'm taking back. I'm seriously taking back, Paul. The woman is still begging. My parent is still begging for money. Because if there's no money, I can guarantee you the school is not opening on Monday. And all Liberians, you got to listen to this. You got to listen. This is her signature. She said, with sentiments of highest esteem, I remain. Leye Mapaya, PhD president. CCC Dr. Lester Tenen, interim vice president for finance and fiscal affairs. Mr. Toga M. Gibson, the controller. Senator Numini Batikwa, chair, board of trustee. This is what she's saying. It's in the chat room, guys. I want to post a little bit while you read it. We're going to put it up. She's begging for money. Somebody from an organized structure place begging this guy to call Gafan for money. The man saying he got money. He preparing to give money to the president for the UNGA trip. She's begging. Who's going to give her money? Say anything you want to say. It's not me. She spoke yesterday. Gafan listened. Gafan saying he doesn't have money. The country is broke. She even reduced it. Even if you cannot give me 550,000, give me at least 251,000 that we can open school. That's why it's all her need begging. Listen to her yesterday. Just listen to her for God's sake.
In the new future to this body. Yeah. For now, to get us to Monday, which is starting back school this third semester of this year, we need the money to pay our adjuncts, and we need to get our bathrooms started, and vacation school payments will be included. So we have first semester, we have vacation school, and we have the current semester, all of which we need money. 500,000 will cover all three.
Okay, thank you.
There you go. There you go. So you know what she did? The woman, she's too seasoned. She went back home, went to her office this morning, and she wrote. And she said, I will put it on paper. Maybe Gafan didn't listen. Maybe the president didn't listen. Maybe those responsible to give us this money, they care less about the University of Liberia. I'm going to put it on paper. She put it on paper. She did. I'm trying to zoom in on this thing for you to see. Request for immediate funding approval to address adjunct faculty salary arrears and jumpstart bathroom renovation. Dear Honorable Michael, she sent a letter to Michael. She sent it to Prince Boy. She sent it to Gafan. The senator that said, we'll call Gafan. Do we have time? Gafan is preparing to come to the UNGA. Guys, this is embarrassment. Remember now, she's from the United States. And we're going to have this conversation tonight. I know you can play your politics. It's okay. But can we open the university? Paul, we're going to go into it, but let me hear you. Because something begot something and nothing begot nothing. We are in trouble, Paul.
We certainly are, Stanton. And, you know, this year when Dr. McPine was appointed, I was one of those people on this podium to say, her appointment is not the only thing that guarantees the reopening of the university. And if I were in her situation, after my appointment, we'll still keep the university closed until all of the necessary, issues are addressed that will enable the student to come to a conducive learning environment. Stanton, if you go to the University of Liberia, most of the classroom got scribbles on the wall. They call it blackboard or chalkboard. And that was one of her requests yesterday. She said everyone around us using whiteboards. Maybe she's not even asking for whiteboard now. She's not asking for electronic board. She's only asking that the appropriate educational facilities brought to being so that her students can learn. I mean, the classrooms are dark. I don't know whether any of them have air conditioner, fit in there. The students will be. Lorena, you went there. Please tell us whether the classes are air conditioned. You got sometimes you got 150 students in one class. The heat amongst them is not easy. In fact, when they rain in that humidity, the place is unconducive to keep human being. The mold all up on the wall. I mean, you go to most of the walls, you see leakage on it, and then mold growing up on the leakage. It is just not a place for a human being to be. But in Liberia, politics takes precedence over development. If you had a developmental issue for people to discuss, very few people will listen to that issue. But where you have political issue, everybody will be throwing stone, cussing and talking stuff. That is what our country has been, drilled to the extent that, it is calculated that they don't want to get us educated. They say, we'll keep them stupid. They will vote for us for peanuts and for a cup of rice. So let's close all the universities down. Let's underfund the universities so that we keep them going to school to get 1 degree for 10 years. It is orchestrated. I mean, I don't know why you're wasting your time to send money to the Senate. The senators don't want education in the country. They want more stupid people. They want people who are ignorant so that they can continue to keep them perpetually in power. From executive branch, they bring them to the legislature. From the legislature, they carry them to the judiciary. They just keep circulating them. Even if they are tainted in corruption, the Liberian people will still put them back to power. That is the kind of country our leaders want to have, because the educated and reasoned mind will never put some of those people in power. If you had all the poor candidates voting in Liberia, some of the people we have in our legislature will never smell power. They are not competent. They are unqualified. They are immune. They got integrity problem. Most of them.
Thank you. And Glennie, it's good to have you on today. As always, it's just good. You went off, so I couldn't recognize you. But we are sharing this document. If you need time to read it further, we'll pause for a second and allow our people to join us while we go through the letter of request. But talk to me, Glennie. Talk to me. I think you can throw light on it the first time.
So hello, everybody. Hi, Lorena. How are you? I'm always very maybe sentimental about the university because I graduated from the university. So it's difficult. I went to Cottington, the war came, then I went to LA and graduated. But it's sad to see the way the building looks. And I like what Martin said last, that, I was in favor of Dr. Mapayan. I did a lot of postings. I was encouraged by her coming. But it's just like Martin said, if the government is not going to support her presidency or support the needs of the university, it's not going to matter. What should they do? What can they not? For all I care, they could close the school, relocate the students, to renovate the building. They could do something. Why is it so difficult to make a decision on what needs to happen to fix the university? The highest institution of learning where giants of Liberia graduated from. My mom graduated from there. My pa graduated from there. So many people. I was talking to some Liberians yesterday who are graduates, and we're talking to see how we can maybe organize a Friends of the University, collect money and send it directly to my parent to help her. Because we have an association. I understand that there may be limited things that they can and cannot do, but I think that we should be able to do more as former students of the university and stop waiting for the government of Liberia. It's your school. It is your school. The government is ready. 200,000 Stanton, 200,000. They can't give it for them to have it to open the school on Monday or whenever. I just don't think that it is a priority for the government, and the government, President Barker, who is a graduate of that university, should also be embarrassed. If you name all the officials of government, they all went to LU, or they went to Louis Arthur Grant School alone, or they went to AM Dr. Yati Medical College. They went through those doors.
I mean, I don't know what else to say. And it's almost like you're pushing that woman to the space where she may get discouraged. I know she's trying to be strong, but she could be in a state doing something different. She could be at other university doing something different instead of struggling with the University of Liberia, where it's not a priority of the government to fix the school. There is something that can be done. And the Liberian government needs to take care of this. Tackle it. They're trying to tackle roads and then tackle the problem with the university. How can that be a university? Look at the windows. Look at the doors.
Thank you. Let me send us those photos. I had it on my phone. I don't know where I put them. It's hard to find it if you can.
I will send it to you.
Every one of you, please share those photos with me. We sit together. Lovina, please search for them. Let's show the people. We don't have enough time today, but we want to squeeze everything we can. Let me bring in Fubi. Fubi Herod, it's good to see you, my friend. What say you? We are in trouble here.
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. And like we have already overemphasized this yesterday. We talked a lot about it, and we shouldn't be at this stage, but we are there now. So the government needs to do all they can to jumpstart and move on. But just reading the letter, there are a few lines that I saw there. The issue of the salary arrears of 251. There are no additional salary arrears for vacation school, 199, and bathroom renovation.
The man said we got surplus. Your friend, the minister said we got surplus. Your good friend.
Yeah, so
this man lying to the nation. He lied to Fubi. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm getting mad over here. He lied to the country. Even you guys, United Partisan, they're getting angry. Why the farmer be lying to the country? Look, just read Fubi, I beg you. Fubi, you always make me mad on the show. Let me put the letter up. Let's read it line by line. I beg you, Fubi, we'll come back to you. This is the guy that said we got surplus. This is the guy that said we can generate over $1 billion. This is the man that's suffering where he came from, the university. With lies and deceit, he's suffering the country. Probably people may not go to school. Look at this woman letter from a good institution, from a university that people that have system here in the country. $5.8 billion. How can a university operate on a $5.8 billion when you go to Liberia, you can't get 200,000? Let's read the letter. This is an embarrassment. This is a full letter, but I zoom in on it because I want you to see. It was written to the chairman on education. Prince Moyi, Batikwa, Yombli, Gafwa, they all got a letter. The woman spoke yesterday. They didn't listen. And she took her pen and paper and wrote down everything. And she went on the computer. She said, I will send it to them. The University of Liberia, Office of the President, P.O. Box, 9020 Capitol Hill, Monrovia, 1000 Monrovia, 10 Liberia, West Africa. The President. September 5th, today, after she got no word, nothing, but just to say the country don't have money, 2025. The Honorable Nathaniel Falomageo, Chairman, Senate Committee on Education, the Liberian Senate, Capitol Building, Monrovia, Liberia. Subject, request for immediate funding. We need it now. Approval to address adjunct faculty salary arrears and jumpstart bathroom renovation. The woman was very, very clear. She put bathroom there. Nowhere for the children to go toilet. Nowhere for them to go pee-pee. They go beyond the horse. What kind of disgrace? What kind of disgrace is this? The bathroom not working. No water. There is stain. The toilet in the, excuse my French, man. It's bad. She said, Dear Honorable Miguel, the Dear Honorable Miguel, I write to respectfully request your urgent intervention and approval of funding in the amount of 550,000 United States dollars to enable the University of Liberia to settle critical salary arrears, critical all to the East Adjunct faculty for September. Listen. Semester 1 of the academic year 2024 to 2025. USD 250,000. This amount also represents the partial settlement. USD, the other people, 199,000 of the total arrears accumulated during the recently concluded vacation school semester. And it's essential to allow the university to resume semester 2 of the academic year 2024 through 2025 without further disruption. It also includes funding US 100,000 to jumpstart the long-awaited and urgent bathroom renovation. What are we listening to? What is this? Let's continue. Let's continue, my people. The adjunct faculty played a pivotal role in delivering core academic programs across discipline. And the continued engagement is vital to maintaining instructional continuity and student progression. The delay in settling these obligations has placed significant strain on institutional operations and morals. Likewise, these faculties and the students urgently need working bathroom facilities. We are committed to full transparency and accountability in the utilization of earned approved funds, and will ensure that all disbursements are properly documented and reported in accordance with national financial regulations. We also further satisfied that the requested funds were not previously paid to UL by the government of Liberia. You've been sending requests, Paul. You've been sending requests. Government ain't knowing it. This is a problem with the university open. We trust in your leadership and advocacy to help secure this urgent support, and will remain available to provide any additional documentation or clarification your office may require. And man, I love this. I love this woman. She said, with sentiments of the highest esteem, I remain respectfully the PhD holder, Leila Mama Payan. She CC'd Dr. Lester Tenney, who is the interim vice president, Mr. Toga M. Gibson, controller, and the senator himself, Nominee Batikwa, chair, board of the trustee. Guys, we are in trouble. Our country is declining. President Baga said we're saying bye-bye to the government. But look what happening compared to what the president said today. Look at what happened when the student problem may not go to school. Look at your sons, your daughter. The country is in trouble. The education sector is in trouble. We even come to the drugs yet because the new information we got on LDA is bad. Liberia will be deemed a narco state. International community begin to look at Liberia as a narco state, and we get to that. Let's talk about education. Let me bring you in, Uncle Sam. We are in trouble, Uncle Sam. But before we do that, let's allow Fubi to finish up. My brother Fubi Harry, man, I love you. Let's continue, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So, like I was saying, the government needs to take ownership and face this. Reading the letter, I think I only one line that I disagree with, but I think they shouldn't continue with that. Because you stay struggling with budgetary support and you're running vacation school and accumulating arrears. So just run your normal semester and you don't accumulate extra arrears with the vacation school for the next time. But the government needs to take ownership. We shouldn't have the university at this level begging for funds to reopen, begging for funds to pay arrears, begging for funds to renovate bathroom. And all these government officials, bulk of them went to UL and graduated from there. It's a shame that the conditions of the school today is worse than how they left it. And it's something that shouldn't continue. So you inherited the issue. It's time to rescue the university. So put all your energy into rescuing the university. Gafan, you serve there. You play a real role as student leader. So you know the in and out. Today I had one of the executives from the year. He revealed some stuff to me, but it's shocking. So they need to do all they can to solve the problems and let the children go back to school and make the campuses conducive for learning, so that they will not be on the street every day in a militancy mood. They should be in a learning mood. When the classrooms are okay, the bathrooms are okay, all the facilities are okay. Like VP can say, when you enter the campus, the lady can take your body. When you go to other school, voluntarily leave your body. So they should improve the facility. So let's do that. Government owe it.
Thank you very much.
The speaker is also there. He teaches there. So let him fix it.
Thank you very much, Fubi. I know we discussed this yesterday, but there's a new breed with this letter. What we're saying, she's detailed, she's pushing. If there's a new thing now, we have to discuss it. Uncle Sam, let's hear you. Listen to what this woman said in her letter. It's troubling. You are muted, Uncle Sam. Can you unmute yourself?
I went to the University of Liberia campus today just to wrap my head around, how we think as a people. One of the most important lessons that I have learned is that when you educate somebody, you give them freedom. Look at our family members and our friends. Those that went to school, got a good education, they don't typically call us to help them. They're independent. They're doing their own thing. But those that didn't have the opportunity or refuse to go to college to learn something, they become a drag on society. Human capital is, to me, is the most defining aspect of a society, how you train people. And the flagship university of a country, Liberia, one of the premier institutions in the past. With names like Simon Greenleaf Hall and so and forth. You go there and tens of thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands of the best and the brightest of our citizens graduated from there. Dr. Mapayan doesn't need to be here. She can leave tomorrow and go get any position in any position. But she has a passion for it. Look at the letter that she wrote, Stanton. That's a woman with passion. And that woman doesn't intend to resign. She intends to fight this thing because she feels a special attachment to this country. So why don't we all feel the same way? And what is $500,000 in the scheme of things? I don't know if you saw my picture at the university today.
Yeah, I saw you. I will put it up. I saw you there.
Yeah. So my thing is, look, the past 3 finance ministers of the Republic of Liberia, University of Liberia graduates. University of Liberia graduates. A lot of the members of the legislature, like the Natalia McGill and others, University of Liberia graduate. What does it take? Look, there's a lot of those buildings were damaged from the war. The war's been over since 2003. This is 22 years. You mean it's taking you 22 years to paint a building? 22 years to put some white boards in the classrooms, to fix the bathrooms? 22 years? What does it say about us as a people, Sis Lorena, Sis Glendy, Dr. Prople, my brother Fubi? What does it say about us as a people? That we cannot repair small things like painting and fixing bathroom for 22 years. What does it say about us, my people? We need to have pride. I think one of the things that was broken during the war is the pride that we used to have as Liberians. The kind of arrogance, the way we used to goose-stepping as a Liberian. We've lost that. We need to get that back, And I hope and pray that we do something about this flagship university. And I was there. I said, my God, maybe I should teach a course here in banking, economics, or management, just to contribute my quota to the development of the country. And 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 at the appropriate time, I will be, you know.
Thank you, Uncle Sam.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam, thank you.
Yeah.
I want to bring in Dr. Boplet. Dr. Boplet, welcome to the show. It's good to have you. We are again on this issue as of now. The university have not received the 200,000. A letter was written today and sent out. You read the letter. What say you? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, CEO, and good to be here. Good evening to all my colleagues and those who watch and listen. Stanton leaders are put in place not to explain problems, but to solve problems. That's the true mark of leadership. So if we keep going year after year, decade after decade, and things are the same, then leaders don't need to be leading because you have to solve the problem. And the problem at the university is very solvable. So here's my proposal, just a different version. I've been saying it over and over again, but it's a different version. First is the immediate need. Make the funds available. We have the money. If it's not in a pot where you look at it over there, then take from the other pot, just like you do for a whole lot of other things. If this is truly a priority, then we treat it that way. Otherwise, somebody is lying. Education is the foundation of every stable democracy and every growing society. It affects everything. Second, this makes us look really bad when people read the news and watch Spoon and listen and read that the premier university in terms of the largest, by the way, the University of Liberia is the highest paying university in the nation. But they need money for bathrooms to start. So make the money available. And once we start the semester, go to work. And yes, a critical work that we overlook that needs to be done. You have to take a close look at the budget and reallocate resources for maintenance across the country. We're terrible with that. I travel the country, I see good buildings just deteriorate. You know why? Because we don't put money aside for maintenance. And Stanton, you know where you are. You come from the building, you see the janitors and then they get in their cars and they go, you know what? Because without those people, you can preserve value, you can ensure functionality of building. You don't just build a fine structure and set it down. You got to pay the people who will clean it, who will paint it, who will scrub the toilet. Third, we need for once in the history of this nation, or in the history of the University of Liberia, to realize that paying people their salaries for work done is an obligation that we must hold sacrosanct. You can't be this old and we owe the people, never owe people for work they've done. If you don't got the money, don't let them do the work. Those adjunct faculty, Stanton, they have families. I know that I deal with a lot of adjunct faculty. In fact, adjunct faculty are vital to university across the globe. No university in the world just got full-time people. So you tell the people teach. Then for first semester, you still owe them money. That means you betray your trust to them. That means you violated your contract with them. Never do that. If the money's not there, don't bring them. Let them stay home. Close their classes, let them stay home. Because when they teach, you must pay them. And then in the longer term, restructure the system we have for the university. Just because it is state-owned doesn't mean the state must be all into it. Look, this university is really fixable. The chairman of the board is a senator. The chairman of the board for the university should not be a government person. It should be a Liberian in the private sector. You have to create opportunities for a balance so you get objectivity across the board. You see, it can be done. I work for a state university. You will never know Shepherd is state-owned because it's run well and the government owns it. so we can do it. Let's step back. Look, if the president need help, the president will volunteer our expertise, our stuff to help set the university straight. This is our pride. We want to do so, but let's not stop. Let's stop doing the same thing over and over again. It's just embarrassing to
Thank you, man. And I'm looking at the 20 some counts, and I will share it with you guys between Gafwan, the Ministry of Finance, and UFAL, the University of Liberia Faculty Association, some kind of meeting that was held today. The MOU shall serve as collective bargaining agreement between the government of Liberia and the university, in the University of Liberia Faculty Association, otherwise known as Party, for the purpose of resolving long-standing requests by the Faculty Association and to end the existing strike action by the UL Faculty Association. All right, the government of Liberia, represented by the Minister of Finance, of course, I said that. So we're going to share this with you guys, and you got to see it. It's just deja vu all over again. Disparity in salary among faculty. She said that in her letter. Disparity in salaries and allowances among faculty. She said that. Failure of the UL to pay Social Security deduction and arrears since 2012. Failure of the UL to remit medical insurance. Failure to pay wages for some UL part-timers. And she said that. It's some of the entire letter. But can we just get it for $200,000 to open a university? All the other one I've liked, Lenny. I want to come to you and help them to recognize Cap. I said, I want to come to you and Paul Kennedy, Glenny. I want you to take a look, though. Help us if you can. Because you say you're an educated woman, you went to school yet, and you tie your boots. You want a beautiful building where we sit down, good restaurant, good on AC everywhere, get computer. We sat down there, it's free. We don't have to carry your computer if you don't want to, system in place. But look at where we talk, our children, our friends, our family members. Look at the back of this building. Paul Kennedy, you're right. Mold is all over. And you know that extra sickness, right? You enter that building, it's molded up, and it's dim. It's condemned. It's condemned. Nobody can pull for. Look at this building.
Yeah.
Look at the building. Nobody can pull for. It's bad.
That's the black.
This is where Gafan came from, though. It's just bad.
And Stanton,
yes,
if
sir.
I can quickly, yes, part of where we fail our country. Many of us, we went to other people's country, and you said it right, Stanton. This building, in most part of the world, will be condemned. We saw that, but we come home and we don't want the same thing for our own. I don't get it. If the other people told you this building condemned, you can't be inside. They fix it so you could go to school and do things. Why would we come home and not want that for Liberia? We should want the same thing for our people or better.
So let me bring in Glenny. Glenny, talk to me. Yeah, look at this building and imagine this woman begging for something. To tell you the truth, I don't want to get myself in trouble. We can write 100,000 on the show. We can take us out and call Liberia Home and abroad will contribute. Can you imagine? And I spoke to a lot of UPAs, high-ranking UPAs members. They said they are disappointed in Gafwan. I said, well, how will you blame? Maybe there's some money that said, no, Stanton. You can move money for conditions such like these, that the university must be open. You can do whole cover whole. That's what they say. You can move money. But then why is it happening, Glenny? Talk to me.
I mean, I think Dr. Brobler just said something really profound. It's like you leave Liberia, you go to other foreign countries, you see the educational system, you see the facilities that they use for their students to learn in, you go and acquire knowledge, and then you go back to your country and think that this is okay. What else can I say? I spoke to some Liberians yesterday who are in the government, some who have their own businesses, who is even shocked that we have government officials who don't think it's a priority in the past by their building. This building is directly opposite the Capitol building. How it is that it's not important for them to say, let's do something. Yesterday should have been even monumental if they would have said, they should have called, I think there was something about calling Gafwan. They should have called him there to come to the hearing yesterday. And if they can compare him to find the money, how is it that you get educated? And this is the thing I don't agree, and I'm trying to to not be outspoken about this as it relates to the Alumni Association, but I'm of the opinion that if the government is not able to help this school, then the Alumni Association should try to do a little more than what they're doing. And I stand by that. And I say it all the time when I have an opportunity. We cannot continue to sit on the sidelines and see our university go to ruins because we feel that the government has to do something. The government is not doing nothing. So the minimum that we can do for the university as Alumni Association people, we just do that and be okay with it. We cannot. We got to be able to do something. That's why I've taken upon myself. I'm forming a new group, Friends of the University of Liberia, talking to people already in the back. Let's get money to be able to send it directly to Dr. Mapaya. This is the funds we've collected. Do what you need to do. I've already started talking to people. I'm not going to wait because I want to tell you.
Thank you. Thank you, Glendy. Thank you very much, Sis Glendy. It's only important for us to continue on this because this too is Liberia. Paul, let's hear you.
Stanton, one of the things the woman did, because she came and saw a pile of students at the university who have been there for ages, she said, okay, let's introduce a vacation school system and maybe even do a trimester system so that we accelerate and get those people out of the school. Stanton, there are people who have been at the UL for over 8 years, still pursuing a bachelor degree. Some of them even 10 years, pursuing a bachelor degree. I heard my friend Fubi say, well, you didn't have to make a vacation school when you don't have the money. She needed to. This woman is a strategist. The school is occupied with people who are long overdue from getting that degree. The one thing she could do, asking the government for help to give her the money to accelerate and make sure people are graduated and out of the walls of the university, is exactly what I would do if I were president of the university. And the failure of government officials to prioritize the university should not be leveled on her. All of these guys who are ministers, I can name several ministers of government who went through the ranks and file of the University of Liberia. They drive in their fancy cars and pass the University of Liberia without even ask them, when last did they go back to the university besides going there to look for votes? That's the only time to go back to the university, to go back to look for votes. They incite these students, make them to think that education is irrelevant only because they want them to continue to hold their bags, running around, giving them peanuts, suppressing their future, denigrating them, ridiculing them, all for their personal gain. Wicked people. Most of them, they do not want the university to do well. Stanton, that black thing you see on there is the black mole. That's Zago Myocoda. That black mole is actually infectious. It can be penicillin. It can be, it causes a lot of health issues. If I was the director of the National Public Health Institute, I would shut the University of Liberia down. This is not habitable for human beings. It's a public health hazard. But you got our students getting ready to go back to sit in these buildings. It's heated, it's warm, it's dense, it's dark. But the government official pass around. All of their offices have air conditioning. Some of them got two air conditioners in their office. The other one just spent $495,000 to renovate their building. But the University of Liberia cannot get $250,000. They are telling me this country is a serious country. We need to be serious, yes, Stanton.
Thank you.
Because if we want our brightest if our nation building starts from the highest institution of learning. But look at it. Look at the highest institution of learning we're showing here. And
thank you very much,
Paul. On why the woman should do. She's doing her best. She needs our support. And Glenn, I applaud you for that. Anyway, I didn't go to the university, so I can't contribute to all your stuff.
Thank you very much. Let me bring Kev Hassan. We got a lot to cover. We want to say welcome to the show, everybody. Let's make progress as we move on. Kev, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stanton. Let me say hi to everybody. I think we hear talking about, hey, why, and we're not actually going to, to the actual issue. The actual issue is misplaced priorities from the government. If the government do put money into where they want to put money into, the LU is not a priority to them. Education is not a priority to this government. Zero. Let's go down the list. They wanted to go to Tokyo, they spend the money. The president want to build, and he building his place, his how he called it, some home in Lofa. He's spending the money. So let's follow the money. Where the money going? I think that's what we need to discuss about. Where the money going? They are spending the money. The person about to travel to the UNGA, he's spending the money. The president want to buy $1.2 million, 2 Lexus, he's spending the money. So let's talk about the main priority from this government. The president is spending the money. The president instructing the finance minister where the money should go. Education is not one of them. He is not. He don't want to spend the money there. They don't care. They don't care. $200,000 to open university, and why the university it's been 2 years. I think since the government, I think only 2 or 3 semesters in 2 years. Dr. Bopler, you can correct me. In 2 years, 2 or 3 semesters. It's not a priority of this government. I think we should focus where the government is spending the money. Senator asked a brilliant question yesterday. Why? Where? Why are they spending the money? He asked that question, and we are not focusing on it. He asked that question over and over again. Everybody keeps saying X, Y, and Z, but let's look where the money is going. The president needed a motorbike. He bought it. What the president wants, the president gets. If the president wanted education, want LU to open on Monday, the money will be there today.
Thank you, Kev. Thank you.
Not the president priority for education, period.
Again, let me just take that from me real quick, though. Is it really the president priority? Is it really? I mean, Uncle Sam, I want to just come to you. Help me up. I know that's the president, man, but the president is not in la la land. There's a war. There's a war, Uncle Sam, that he's not seeing reality.
Hello. One of the things that I try to drive home to the guys I met today who work for the government, support the government, is that, look, you need to have an energetic team of not just party loyalists, but some professionals within that will sit around this president on a regular basis and indicate to him what the priorities are and what are some of the things that could undermine the image of the government. And one of those things is the University of Liberia. That will undermine the image of the country, undermine the image of the party, undermine the image of the government. So, yeah, I know there are a lot of priorities, competing priorities, but certain things is not just the optic, but the materiality of education. And look, the proximity of the university to the center of power on Capitol Hill, Dr. Brubler, is right across the street from the nation's capital, the democracy, the citadel of democracy, right? Right across. And it sits not too far from the executive mansion, right? Anytime you pass that place there, it is an eyesore. It is an eyesore. Foreign residents that come to this country, if the go and pass to they see that university. It doesn't speak good of us. In addition to other things I will talk about today, the university has to be a priority for all of us. Those of us who didn't even go to the university. I didn't even go to high school Liberia, graduate from high school Liberia. But I feel a certain thing because I know people who went to the university, and I know the pride and dignity that University of Liberia students, how they represented Liberia. For example, like in the mock law conference around the world, Liberian, University of Liberia athletes. So you need to do something about that. It has to be a priority for the government because it is a blight. Okay, it is a blight. It's a blight on the country. It is a blight that has to be lifted. That's what I.
So when we move on, let me ask a question. Then we'll give Lorena a chance to speak because she's a product, right, of that university. But Dr. Bobla, I want to come to you though. So Liberia is a small, especially Monrovia now. Let's talk about Monrovia. You come by way of Congo Town, you got to go through Capitol Hill. You pass that place, now you call the place in from the city hall, you go where you get foreign ministry, yama, other places. It's right there. The Capitol building, the executive mansion, the foreign ministry, you pass right in from the city hall. University is right there. Are these guys seeing the university? Are these guys seeing the campus? Why would it take them just to go across the street and see for themselves? Are they asking the question as to who's who controlling what's going on at the university? Dr. Bopla, can you help me understand as to are they really seeing what's going on at the university, or they are intentionally ignoring the fact that the university is dead? Dr. Bopla.
So I don't know what they're thinking, feeling, Stanton. What I do know is that the need is obvious. I will say though that it has to be a more holistic approach. That's why I said immediate, intermediate, and long term. Immediate is we have to open the school and get students in their classes. We can't continue this dubious distinction of having students do a 4-year program or 8 years because the university are always closing and always opening late. We can fix that. So immediately make the money available. And I would challenge the lawmakers. And the reason I say the lawmakers, because they are the people's representatives, Stanton. The good people, a lot of them are friends. I would challenge them. Let history record something novel. I would challenge them each of them to donate 1 month's salary, not all their benefits. They get plenty of benefits, just their salary. 1 month's salary, each of them. That'll be more money than we need right now. And then we as alumni will step up, like Glendy said, and do more. Because the alumni are doing stuff. Like I said last time, solar on Fendel, 300 chairs, 700 will be delivered soon, another 1,000 coming later in October. So we're trying to do our part. And then a different group who were on campus again just before I left, looking at the building there, Tottenham Hall, and trying to see how we can fix that in the bathrooms. So alumni doing something. But if the lawmakers, our leaders, the people, representatives will step up and do something historic for their country, we, the alumni, will step up and do way more. And the university will be catapulted into a whole new place of pride and solution for the school.
Can I ask Dr. Bopla a question?
Sure.
So we're both alumni of the University of Liberia, and we're both active members of the association. We're constantly seeing the topic of the University of Liberia come up constantly. And we know that the University Alumni Association is doing something. What can we not do something else? We did the chairs. Okay, we waited now. So we keep hearing this. What else can we do? We just wait for the government.
So my answer, Glendy, is maybe we should do a global fundraiser. a global telethon. We can do
But
that.
you're going to discuss it, yeah. You'll call each other and do it.
No, I just answered the question. Without the details,
I beg you, Chief. The way you're going to discuss your planning.
No. Without the details, we can do it. That's all I'll say. We can do it.
Yeah, thank you.
The reason I mentioned the lawmakers.
Can't wait. Plenty try on this one. You'll discuss it in the back. I know you guys meant well, but we cannot leave our program and start discussing collection for the university today. Yeah.
10 seconds for
Okay. So let's move on. Wait, Kev, wait. That a book what you say?
I said that's what Spoon does now. We prefer solutions.
Yeah, we will discuss it in the back.
All right, Chief.
Then you try to squeeze something in. I read her a long time.
10 seconds for Dr. Beauplet. Dr. Beauplet, I see you blaming everybody. You go on the moon, you come down, you blame everybody. What's the role of the president? Why are you not blaming the president? And you're a lecturer. This is right in your alley. This is you. Why are you not blaming the president?
Actually, I wouldn't use your choice of words, blaming. But maybe you didn't see the show last night, Kev. I came on the show late last night to make the point. I said that the money can be available the next day, and they don't need to call the finance minister. The president can instruct that the funds. I said that last night. So there's no blame thing. The president can do it. I still believe that. He can do it today. He can say today, let's make the money available.
Why the president is not doing it?
Kev. Let's go in order, man. That's why sometimes you want to ask questions because it's not a back and forth. That a booklet telling you that he did it yesterday and he says saying it today. But I beg you, let's stay on track. I want us to read this letter again. People are calling for the letter. It's very important. The letter is on this homepage. Go there and read it. It's very important for you to see that as of today, Gafran is back and forth. No 200,000. He's back and forth with negotiation with the faculty association. We are in some serious trouble here, my Liberian people. Wherever the case may be, look at the campus, look at the university. It's all moody up. Again, I don't know who's going to go in that building. I don't know. They should condemn this building. They should talk about breaking this thing down and building new ones. Our country is in a serious mess. But what President Barker is saying, President Barker drive past this building every day to go to work. Ministers, lawmakers, they would drive past every day. This is very, very bad. But today, we heard President Barker saying people not trained. They would not be trained because they didn't give them the access to go to school and learn. People would not be trained, Mr. President. You can say anything that they're disrespectful, but if you are making them zogos, you're turning them into zogos, Mr. President, that's what you will get. There will always be opposition, but you got to run the country effectively. So while we are talking about the university and LDA, Mr. President, is on you, President Barker. For 2 years, Mr. President, you failed on LDA. You are failing with the University of Education. For 2 years. You made no progress. You have not made any progress. You are failing. And I'm saying this seriously. I supported you. I'm saying that, Mr. President, you got to do something. Your minister failed. He is failing. Mr. President, it's on you. So if you go ahead,
You're muted, Stanton. You're muted.
Thank you very much. I just had to take care of something. So at the end of the day, and I want to say this to Mr. President. Mr. President, you failing. There's no way, no if, no and or but. You are failing because at the end of the day, there's no change. Look at the university. That's not Gafran. Gafran already failed. We know that, but it's on you, President Barker. You passed to go for your cabinet meeting today. You went to the executive mansion. Who can deny that? What are they? I mean, this is an embarrassment. But you're getting ready to come to the UNGA, though. You're ready to bring money, Mr. President. Guess what happened? Plenty of money you'll be spending to bring all your troops to the UNGA. But you cannot give 200,000 to Mama Paya for the children to go to school. You failed it, Mr. President. You failed the students. You got to change this. You are failing the student of the University of Labrador. Nobody can question it. You the same way you not change the first group at LDA, you change the second group, you change the third group, you get group number 4, you fail on LDA. Can you change it? Mr. President, people will come and tell you, you said that people are not trained. Let me play this real quick because the president said people are not trained. Let us know what he said.
You receive insults when you even do the right thing, but that's the way it goes. Once you leave the job, they will not insult you, but not necessarily for the thing you are, but that's the human beings. That's who we are, especially the country that we're in. Reckless talking, disrespect, people are not trained, and they speak any kind of way, some of them don't even know what they're talking about. But if you say you're not going to take that, you just leave public.
I mean, the people don't know what they're talking about. Some of them not trained. Mr. President, you are the cause for 1 year and 8 months, 9 months. It's on you. It's on you, Mr. President. Because of your failure to address the university issue, they will not be trained. Because of your failure to address the university issue for $200,000, children will continue to do muya muya and zoko zoko on the street. They got nowhere to go. They got nowhere to go. They wake up in the morning, they go hustle, no school. It's a president. President Boycott, listen, let me talk to the president. Let me be real. President Boycott, you are failing on education. You got to find a different course. You got to take a different terrain. It's not helping. You will go down as one of the worst presidents post-war on education if you continue on this track. You are failing on education. Look at this building. I mean, what is the president plan? What's the president plan? I thought we came there to fix it. What's the president plan? Look at the building. Look at President Boycott renovation of his house, his property, and look at the university. Look at the bulletproof cars the president bought and the motorbike, and look at the university. Mr. President, listen, I don't know your plan, man, but you got nothing right now. You got nothing to show right now. No, seriously. No, this is disappointing. I know everybody will come down on stand-up, but I will say one today. This is disappointing, President Boycott. You got to change course. This is a complete mess. You cannot put this on the past leaders. You cannot say that, Madam Sadi. You cannot say, no, that Joe. Let's talk about you right now, today. They want 200,000. Have you given instruction to Gafuan to give her 200,000? 1.4 million you spend on cars, and the university is in Rome. 349,000 you spent to go Tokyo for what nobody knows, and the university is in Rome. Let's go through it. We can't do this. Look at the LDA. Mr. President, maybe they're not telling you. Let me say, let your children tell you, let your wife tell you, let your family tell you. You fail on LDA and you continue to fail. You brought in more drugs cartel than to run the place again. No change. You failed. What would be that message? What would be the message? What have this president done for the University of Liberia? Show me one thing. What? I beg for us to leave this, but it's so hard. Look at the woman letter. Look at the woman letter. Who can boast? Who can put a hand on the chest and say President Boycott did well for the University of Liberia? Who? Who can tell us that this president have done extremely well for the University of Liberia? The woman says she got the money. Read it yourself. Who can tell us? Tell somebody, convince them. What have this President Braga done? And the president sitting in a cabinet meeting telling the people, say, people are not trained. President Braga, you are not giving them reason to be trained. People are disrespectful. President Braga, your ministers insulting. Daniel Sano calls you every day at Mika. Then you say people are disrespectful? I mean, who the president was talking to? The people that voted for him, they are not trained? They are disrespectful? You are not creating an avenue for them to be trained. This is a total embarrassment. This is a shame on President Braga. President Braga got to fix this. Like Martin said, the people came together. We championed this. We came together to fight a system to remove John Malawi because we believe that President Braga was going to be that transformation president to face a university. What happened? Granny here begging for money. She having an organization right now saying you can't donate. People saying they will give $100. Hey man. My friend Mobile Body said he would start with $100, Glenny. You must put the cash out up. Can you see how sorrowful? This thing want to make you to shed tears. Look at what Mobile Body is saying. I will give $100 Stanton. People are saying they will contribute. Look how sorrowful it is. On the watch of rescue that have E within the arrest agenda that stand for education. It's pitiful. It's disgraceful. Let anybody put a hand up and tell what President Braga have done for the University of Liberia. Show me something he have done, something new, something that have transformed the system. Will come to you, Fubi Heron. Tell me anything new, anything better, anything the president have done, Fubi. Maybe I'm not listening, Fubi. What for you?
Yeah, so firstly, I will not agree with Kev on the issue. I don't want to spin that the president is not.
No, I mean, you're talking to me now. You're going to Kevin when I got to do a quick round here, back you. What have this president done for the University of Liberia? Forget about Kev.
The first thing the president have done is to bring in Dr. Moya to be able to have a comprehensive review of the system and propose a new direction. I think that's the first step. So we should commend for that. And now I think she's on par with that. So that is commendable. So based on her own assessment, all the other things that can follow. She started with cleaning up the system, getting off from bad instructors and start from there. And now it's about getting the university to work. And now she has proposed a renovation plan. What it costs to renovate the entire building. The two campuses, 3.9 million plus additional 300,000.
Fubi, let's get into it one at a time. The president brought in Mapaya. He brought in Mama Paya for what? And when he brought in Mama Paya last year, they had $1 million in the budget for renovation. They didn't give the money. So you brought her to suffer her. You brought her, she can cry to lawmakers and beg. You brought and you dashed her there to do what? Not to support her. You know how many requests and how many assessment documents I was sent to the executive mansion? I believe you're in Owakaduku, you wasn't following, Fubi. Last year, the point. June, no, I will correct your point. Last year, June, the University of Liberia Faculty Association submitted everything you are saying today. And from last year, June, when you had the ambassador contact reviewing this thing, nothing has been done. So you want to put it on bringing Mama Payan, that miracle she was going to walk on water? Hey, Fubi, man, don't do this, my man.
No,
we are afraid to tell Mr. President the truth. And this is on Mr. President's desk. And Mr. President is failing when you talk about the University of Liberia. Fubi, you didn't attend the university. You said I want to show you. Let's talk to people that have attended, and people that is attending the university, probably they will not go to class on Monday. You show nothing physical, man. But I appreciate your opinion.
You will not all start with physical structure. When I step, like I'm saying,
yeah, Fubi, you know, when you get something to say, you can lie.
No, I can't. No.
I understand your speed, man. Let's go to Lorena.
No,
Lorena.
baby. Just looking at that letter, the issue of the renovation of the Bible says 100,000. The issue of salary arrears is about 450,000. So one thing they can do, they don't have to even pay the 100,000 upfront for the renovation. They can contact the vendor that's supposed to supply the materials and do it on account. So that can be done without even paying the money cash down. So that they can start that on account. So the 450,000 for arrears, they can also get in contact with the instructors.
Go call Gafar. Go call Gafar, Fubi, and tell Gafar that one, yeah? Go call Gafar. Gafar got a lot of vacancy. You get, he's a consultant, Fadiga. Go be the second consultant, go take that, move on. I want to say, Lorena, let me bring you in real quick, all right? You attended the university, right, Lorena?
Yes, sir. I did.
And like Glennie, like Dr. Bople, what say you?
You know,
I mean, you can speak. I know you're a journalist, you're producing. If you want to talk, fine. If you don't want to talk, I won't push you. I don't want to get you in a situation.
I would like to step in and say something, CEO, because it's my university as well.
Go ahead.
You know, CEO, outside of Liberia, whenever you go and you want to continue to go to school around Africa, the only university they knew then during the war when we ran away from Liberia was the University of Liberia. And this university was being praised, you know, by other countries around here like Ghana, Nigeria, you know, but then it was like their own state universities they couldn't be compared to Liberia, to the University of Liberia. One thing I also know is that the University of Liberia has always had challenges, but it's like it's getting worse by the day. When I was there were challenges, but not compared to what it is now. Even though we, you know, stood up in classrooms and, you know, at times where, you know, we had to wait for some renovations to go on, even if it was temporarily, quickly for us to go back to school. But now what we are seeing is worse than what we saw before. I remember carrying chairs from one classroom to another. You understand? Or you would get to class and there would be no chairs. You would stand and you would still get your lecture. But now from what I see, you can't even sit or you know, stand. So it's not conducive enough. And from what I believe is that the University of Liberia will open this year. Now that it's being flagged here, not just about money, you know, being raised, or maybe some trust funds that might be put on the side by most of the people that graduated from the university, but that is not how it's always going to be. We pray that then, you know, the budget allocated for the university should be given to run the university. So many students don't go to the University of Liberia again. They have transferred to other universities around here because they want to graduate from school early. So even University of Liberia students are leaving University of Liberia to go to other universities around here. And the only university at the top of university listing, University of Liberia in Liberia, is a university everybody knows. But why are Liberians leaving the university? And those who can afford it are there, and they will always be behind. That is why what you're supposed to study your Bachelor of Arts degree to get in 4 years, you find yourself getting it in 6 years, 7 years, because of the constant delay. So we pray that the university will open this year.
Thank you, Lorena. Thank you very much. I'm going to bring in Russell Winfred. The reason why we're discussing this, I thought I added you to the chat room. If not, I will send you the letter. We received a letter that came through the Spoon Network, and it's troubling to know that it seemed to be that President Barker have forgotten about the university. It seemed to be that the president have forgotten. And say what you want to say, it's troubling that the president is not operating, is not in the university interest. And the president came from the university, you know. And I mean, how can he this quick in 2 years show no concern? You can bring in Mama Panya or Harvard University or president, like Martin said, if you do not support that individual, the university is dead. I was looking at your budget for Minnesota, $5.8 billion, if I'm not mistaken. Can you imagine? And this lady left everything to come and beg for $200,000 in Liberia. After her presentation yesterday, she had to do a letter, and that's the letter we're sharing. And President Barker driving past that university in his bulletproof $1.4 million with all his motorbike near him. He's saying nothing about the university. A president with interest will speak and address the issue. We heard nothing. Today, Gafan saying they're looking for money for people to come to UNGA. As of today, no money. Tomorrow is Saturday. With that university open, we are in trouble. Russell, welcome to the show and talk to us.
Thank you. Thanks, Stanton. It's great seeing everyone. It's always a great opportunity to be here and try to share our perspective on the issues. And clearly, this is something that is hugely important within the national development context of our country. You know, I don't think I will go as far as saying that the president doesn't care. I think clearly the president cares, and but this is something that has to be done in a comprehensive way, meaning that you have the role of the Congress there, the national legislature. The money has been allocated from what I've been reading and following. So I don't understand why it is taking the finance minister all this time, or why is he dragging his feet, so to speak, in ensuring that the university gets this money? Because, you know, as someone said, either you or someone else said that education is a critical part of the president's arrest agenda. I mean, you talk about human capital development. I mean, we talk about, you know, using education. I mean, only education can help us to break the cycle of poverty in the country. So, I mean, this is critically important. And you're right, Stanton. The University of Minnesota the budget to run the University of Minnesota, which is one of the largest university systems in the United States, is about $5.8 billion with a B dollars. But 15% of that money comes from the state government. Okay, the rest of it comes from tuition. Now, so there's another conversation we need to have. So if we're going to be offering free tuition, I'm not even sure we can afford free tuition at the University of Liberia. But that may be another conversation for another day. But where we are now, Stanton, you know, I would hesitate strongly to say that the President Boyka doesn't care. I think he cares. But I mean, this is an issue. At the end of the day, I know the buck stops at his doorstep, you know, for sure. But we need to hold the
Russell, allow me to interrupt you, and let's have this frank conversation. Anybody can jump in though if you want to make a comment. We get about 2-3 more minutes to go to the next topic. But Russell, let me ask you, right? Like, you know, I love Jose Mabwaka, but I always friend with him, right? But yeah, we are, Russell. That the president all the time he would drive past the university, whether from the back, whether from, you know, single area, whatever the entrance may be. You think the president would sit down one day and think about the university situation and say, let me get involved? Well, what should hit the president to know that his document arrest agenda, we get E for education, is just empty? They have no substance? Did somebody just put it together and read it to him like a bedtime story? Or is this in reality that, yes, he really want to fight for the good education? Let's stick with the university, right? Let's stick with that university. You got $5.8 billion. I was looking at it yesterday. It would take us, if you put the liberal budget together for almost 7 years, that's that amount. But yet we are talking about just 200,000. And the president is silent, but the president is telling us people are not trained. Folks are disrespectful. People just use words. But the president forgot that he was there for 12 years. 12 years. So it's about time that we ask Mr. President, what did you do under Madam Sadi those 12 years to make our university look like this? And now you are the president. What are you doing? that they are begging for 200,000. I mean, how can you say this is not the president, Russell?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that the money has been allocated. The money needs to be given to the University of Minnesota. I mean, to the University of Liberia to operate. I mean, $200,000, even in the grand scheme of things, it is minuscule. This is nothing. Okay, so this is money that needs to arrive like yesterday. So that is not up for debate. Okay, so all I'm saying is that I don't think, I mean, it looks bad. The optics looks bad, driving, past the university and seeing, the deplorable state of the university. Everybody, for the most part, who is engaged and who are following things in Liberia, see how bad the university is, and it should prick the conscience of all of us and all of the leaders and all of that. So I clearly agree with you on that score. All I'm saying is that I think it's it is easy to say, oh, the president doesn't care. I think the president.
But give me a reason why he cares. Show me anything he have done for almost 2 years. That's it. That he care about the university.
Well, I mean, Stanton, and we all know, it's not just do. Okay, I don't want to sound like an apologist, for the government or the president, because I'm not a United Party, person, but I'm a Liberian. Everything in Liberia is a priority, right? But in this case, we're talking about education, and we know that education correlates directly to national development. I mean, there is a direct correlation between an educated,
we got to go to national the rest of the people. Show me something, point to something. Don't tell me about Mama Payan, because your brother Fubi already said we brought into suffer. Leave Mama Payan alone. Show me something now to prove, to tell Liberians out there, young men and women that voted for this president, that today the president saying they are rude, they are untrained. Let's talk about what this president have done to inspire and transform the university. Tell me anything that you know. What has he done?
Well, again, I don't want to go there, Stanton. I don't want to go to trying to come across like I'm defending this government or defending, the president. What I'm saying is this is a priority. We need to work.
So he has not done anything that you can point to, Russell.
Well, I cannot point to anything because I'm not in that space. That's not.
No, you say you're Liberian. You say, yeah, we all are. You say the university is sweet and fine. What has this? Let me ask my fellow Liberian. What has this president done for almost 2 years that you are inspired about when it comes to the university? Uncle Sam. I'm sorry, Glennie. We'll come to you. Glennie went off. She'll be back. Uncle Sam, what has this president done?
So I just want you guys to take your AI on your laptop or whatever and look at the percentage that Ghana, which is the percentage of the expenditure that goes to education versus Liberia. Ghana is around 25 to 28%. Liberia is almost like half that, around 12%. And most of that money goes to pay what? Salaries.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't
95%,
go for
95%, she said. 95% go to salary, yes.
No, yeah, okay, yes. But I'm saying, 95%. Look at that. 95% goes to salary. So what money do you have to go for instructional materials, research, technology, and others, right? Look, do you know why we are one of the poorest countries on the planet? Because of our educational system. That's bottom line. Bottom line. No offense, we're some of the dumbest people on the planet. And I don't know what is planned that way. My friend Paul Kennedy said this is. I don't believe this is contrived. This is historically how the country has structured itself. Right? Most of the The schools in this country are funded by what? Dr. Brubler, you should know that. Religious schools, right? Religious schools. Many of us on this platform went to schools funded by missionaries or by religious institutions. Like I went to St. Patrick's, I went to La Quere, some of you I went to RIX, which is a National Baptist.
Wellston, you're right. Wellston was related
Exactly.
to Church of Christ.
Ganta Methodist.
Yeah.
Methodist.
Yeah. So what is it that we need to do as a people? Like I stressed it. I look at my children, I look at people in my family, I look at my friends. Those who prioritize education and go to school and get a good education, I don't have to worry about them. Those who don't prioritize education in your own family, among your own friends, even in the United States, it's just education is a valuable asset and improves the what? The quality of life. It gives you long life. I bet you, I haven't even Googled it yet, Seth. They what do they call it? They say life expectancy, and education. I bet you there's a Pearson coefficient between, and my Mary, what they call Pearson coefficient. There's something in regression is the closer the two things are aligned. Okay, well, education and longevity. So all of these things, I don't understand why we don't take education to be a serious thing, and not just to go to school for education purposes, but to be productive. The educational system should be demand-based, or Russell, right? And Dr. Brubler, you're the educator, right? Whatever the demand of the job market is, right? That's what the school should be producing to fill the requirements of the job market. Why is it that the top 70-80% of the management, all of these extractive companies like Metal Steel and B Mountain, they're not Liberians. They don't even have 5% Liberians in their management, in their technical staff. So it's such a simple thing for us to say, like, let's focus. Lastly, I beg you. You can export labor as the Philippines does, and it gets tremendous amount of international foreign exchange coming back into the country because they export nurses, they export sailors, they export a lot of labor that they train, and they send that to the rest of the world. And that
even Nigeria, even Nigeria, Uncle Sam. Nigeria exports a lot.
Nigeria, Ghanaian nurses, Ghanaian teachers, Ghanaians that work in Dubai, Ghanaians that work in Australia, Ghanaians that are all over the world on these cruise ships, right? They bring the money back. So if we have an educational system that is not just designed to provide employment in Liberia, but to provide global employment, we will have a rich country.
Uncle Sam, but answer my question, Uncle Sam. Okay. I'm begging you.
Okay.
What have this president done in 20 months? Almost 2 years. What have this president done for the University of Liberia?
Not enough. Not enough. But
thank you.
Stanton, Mapaya is
complaining. We gotta go to that.
Stanton, if Mapaya is complaining for 500,000, she need 250,000 for the weekend. What does that say about the support to education at the University of Liberia?
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Thank you very much.
The question is answered.
Yes, sir. Dr. Bubla, let me bring you in. Dr. Bubla, same question if you choose to answer. What have this president done for the University of Liberia? Can you please unmute Dr. Bubla?
So I want to speak beyond your question to a solution as a way forward. So the way forward is first make the funds available, and this president is able to do that, and I believe he will. At least I hope so. Make the funds available. Let's not disrupt the flow of the academic year anymore. Make the funds available. The second thing in the way forward, my proposal, initiate an audit. The University of Liberia desperately needs an audit. You need to do a good forensic audit and see where things have been going. You will find some things that you need to clean up that will help this university function better. Third, reallocate resources. When you spend 95% of your money on salaries, you are running a failed operation and institution. It doesn't work that way. You have to put more money in maintenance, in operational situation, supplies, all those things to run a good university. So reallocate resources. In other words, once you get that money, you start operating, go back and look at the budget, and you may need to move things around so that you have the support that you need for good education. Number 4, Stanton, introduce policies of fiscal conservatism and fiscal responsibility. One of the things I found is that here we can be very, very loose with our expenditure. People just want to spend money, and then the consequences visit you later. Be fiscally conservative, put a good procurement process in place, a good requisition process in place, and socialize the information from school to school, from department to department, so you have buy-in in terms of people's cooperation, and move forward as a fiscally conservative university. Make it a practice. It can be done. You will conserve resources and you have more without getting more. Number 5, publicize your project. Success magnetizes more success. If you do a few things and you're doing it well, let the whole country know that I'm doing something well. Something good is happening at the University of Liberia. We're making progress. And then the longer term, overhaul the idea. Listen to it carefully, I'm finished. The idea called University of Liberia. Again, run a public institution like a private school. It's being done so many places around the globe. I work for one of those institutions. It's easy. It can be done here. So you have it running functionally by competent professionals, and you provide the resourcing, and you hold them accountable to report on how resources are being used, and then you set goals and you see results. It can be done over time. In short order, you will see a big difference at the university. You will see contentment, not just with faculty, but with students. And when people see that university being run well, it's not about how much you pay people. It's about how well you situate them so they do their work in higher ed. So it can be done. That's my solution.
Thank you.
Right.
So back to my question, Dr. Boble, we heard your solution. What have this president done? Almost 2 years for the University of Liberia.
Okay, so since you keep asking the question, let me answer it. Okay, answer it from a private sector perspective and from somebody who is in higher ed and who runs a campus in Monrovia. So the president can, and I can't speak for him, but the president can simply say, I provided, my budget provided resources. I brought in leadership that I believe will bring about transformation at the university. The president said, I don't know what he's going to say. So from that simplistic place, you can say he offered new leadership so that transformation takes place. And I believe Dr. Mapaya can lead a transformative era at the university, but she needs help and she needs desperately. And I will say this, her biggest challenge, I said this when I met her the first time. Her biggest challenge is she stepped into an already existing situation where you owe people money and you're running this huge deficit. So
the president 2 years achievement is to bring Mama Pine in as president of the university.
Stanton, respectfully, let's not be overly simplistic. Okay.
No, I'm not. I'm not being overly simplistic. I asked you a straightforward question, right? Okay. You took me back to Fubi answer that the president brought in Mama Pine. That's his greatest, only one accomplishment in 2 years. Is that what you are saying? And he's saying I shouldn't be over simplistic. The fact is that, point to me, with that apart from bringing in Mama Pine, tell me what have this president done for the university? Something you can see, something you can smell, something you can taste, something you can run with and celebrate. What?
Correct. So let me answer the question, and I'm going to answer it with intellectual integrity. What is the president of the Republic of Liberia supposed to do personally for the university? His job is to make sure there's resources for education in the Republic of Liberia. So from that perspective, he can say, I have met my statutory responsibility. I signed budget.
Has he done it? Has he made sure there's resources that were given to the university for 2 years?
Say that again?
Has he done it though? Has he made sure that the resources were allocated and given to the university for 2 years?
The resources were allocated per the budget. Were they used for the intended purpose? I don't know. That's where he.
So if he's a president of the Republic of Liberia and the resources, no, I will hold you right at that, Boble. The resources, those people that run in the university came and say, hey, we didn't receive $1 million. Hey, we're begging for 200,000. That'll Boble, you want to tell Liberia, listen to you. Your students right now listen to you. The private university that you're part of, that Boble, is that the president have done enough for the University of Liberia. Look at those buildings, 2 years. Can't even get a facelift. You saying I want to be simple in this? No, I do not. I just want to speak truth to power.
Okay.
Let's be fair. What have this president done? You put money in the budget that the university can receive. You want to celebrate him for that?
Okay, I'm not celebrating him for that. I'm saying to that point, okay, to that point, the president is responsible to hold people within that chain from allocation to distribution and USL. So that's on him. And I will call him out for that. But when you keep saying what has he done, you make it sound like the president is supposed to do something personally. Like I gave money for my niece to go to Cuttington. That's not the role of the president. The president to make the resource available and hold people accountable.
I disagree with you, The role of the president is to make sure the university operates smoothly. Promises were given to Mama Payne that when you come to that country, everything you see, everything you want us to do, we'll do it because we want this university to be super. This is President George Mano we are doing this time that we beat on. And the people listen to us. This president today, this is what he said. Listen to him. And then maybe you will revise and rethink the answer that you are giving. I know that you don't want to go all in because I don't know the reason, but listen to the president yourself. Promises that he made and he cannot keep. The president went in a cabinet meeting. He should ask the people, what's the problem with the University of Liberia? But listen to the president.
Sometimes we put up nice buildings, after maintenance, and I can trust the minister. I mean, education is going to check on that. We will have a team organized to make sure the toilets are maintained at every facility, continue to work. That we can trust the minister to do.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
The president making promise upon promise, the promises over and over that we would check it. The minister standing right by him, the education minister. We shift the blame that we brought in Mama Payne. That was the best action taken, but nothing to follow. What have this president done for the University of Liberia? What you guys celebrating 2 years, he brought in Mama Payne. Are we serious? You can bring in the best university president, Dr. Bobla. You are one of the best that's serving in that regard. With all resources and contribution from the people that's supposed to run this university, Dr. Bobla, you're nothing. You will be a failed leader. And I think they are setting Mama Payne up to be a failed president. And that's why she wrote this letter. The president has done nothing. We can go to LDA, 4 different administration.
Well, let's stick with the university.
Okay.
Let's stick with
university. I'm just shifting. We're still going to university. I'm just shifting here. I say even if we go to LDA, we are not going to
Doc, you're just trying to establish a trend.
I'm trying to establish that the president
does not help the university. It does not help the university.
We are trying to establish something that this president from one ministry, one entity, one branch to another, we are seeing a pattern here, right? And you and others will say, but that are the people, that are the president.
No, I didn't say that, Senator.
But why are you sitting waiting?
Can I come in now?
Wait a minute. Let me be clear. No, let me be clear. If you think that my role is to absolve this president of responsibility, then think again. You know me better than that. I speak objectively, okay? Because I want to solve problems. Is there a problem at university? Of course. There's a preponderance of evidence that there is. But let's not approach it in a way that will not provide solution for the future. Where I hold this president accountable is working the chain. The minister standing beside. Is there a minister know of maintenance? Well, then you need to ask the minister, how come these educational facilities are not being maintained? Hold people accountable. That I hold responsible for because he made a resource available. But you keep asking what has the president done as if to say the president's supposed to I don't know what it is the president will do personally. I think the president, what he can do now is to hold people accountable for that. I am a part of university at the first to tell you that this is
you work here in America, you work in one of the biggest school systems. If that superintendent is not performing, the governor will remove the superintendent. If money is not being given, that is allocated, you understand that secretary will be removed with immediate effect. School open on Tuesday. If my son were to stay home and all other parents, children staying home because of money, that superintendent will be gone. You know that.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that. And I agree with you on that.
Saying the achievement is to bring Mama Payan.
No,
the achievement. Why the children stay home and the university is in wrong? You and Fubi saying the achievement is to bring Mama Payan. That's a disgrace.
Don't do that. You know me better. I can express myself. I don't stutter for words. Okay, so don't do that to me. Okay. The president. Listen. Let me finish. The president is responsible for what happens based on the action he's taking. That's where I hold him accountable. He should hold the people down the chain responsible for what happened. We heard that money was allotted and money didn't reach the president. Leave the people down the chain. I agree with that part. I agree with that part.
It's on him.
But ask a different question.
We got to know the president. You say you want Clark that and say, Mr. President, you have failed him when it comes to them. Then let him worry about who he hold responsible. Let him worry about the Gafran. Let him worry about them. I will tell Mr. President, I voted for you to fix the university problem. You're driving past the university every day. The building is crumbling down. The students not in classroom. Mr. President, you are failing when it comes to the university. Fix it. That's what we need to say. Why are we afraid of our African leaders? In America, people beat on the president every day. Why can't we tell them the truth? Whether we in the country or out of the country. President Joseph Yema Bwaka is failing on the education system in the country. It's all words. The arrest agenda, where you found E for education, is a bedtime story. Somebody need to go read it to him. That's not right. That's wrong.
Is that them?
Yeah, and I said that. Let me move on that problem. Let's bring in the other guys.
We record our shows. Play last night's show and stop this. Stop all of this sensationalism. No. Let's be intellectually honest.
I'm not blaming you.
Last night I said that this government action and what it put on paper are not consistent. I said that. So if education is real priority,
but the last night group, say it to this group. Last night group going to bed. Last night group going to bed. Last night group going to bed. Let's say it to this group.
I'm saying
the last night group went to bed. Dr. Bople, they are sleeping.
I'm saying the same exact thing. I'm saying the same exact thing. I said the president should make the money available immediately because he's able to do so. And if education is a priority, then you must do that. I said I'll be the last person to shortchange education. But don't ask a question to solve a complex problem. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Bople. Let's hear from Kev. Kev, let's close on this one. We got 2 more to go real quick. And I want to say thanks to all of you. Kev, let's hear you on this one.
Dr. Bople, is a stand-up guy. He's a decent man, well educated. I respect him a lot. When I listen to him on this show, not necessarily agree with some of his points, but I do respect him. But Dr. Bople is in the chain. I believe because he's in the system and because he working under a system that is witch hunting. He will not answer your question. And your question is, the president is doing nothing. Dr. Bople will not answer that because he's in the system. If Dr.
Which
Bople,
system in? Which
Dr.
system
Bople,
in?
if Dr. Bople answered us that question tonight, he will not be there tomorrow.
Kev, let me hold you. Point of information.
Yeah, what you saying? You will not be
president for I work for a private school. What system you talking about? I work for a private school, sir.
I think you're trying to say that he has influence over the private school as well.
Kev that tango man, don't mind that problem. I might know when talking.
Dr. Bople, if Dr. Bople answer this question tonight, Dr. Bople will be right in Baltimore. He will not go back because he will not have his contact, his system, nothing. So where we are at this moment is very, very decent man, well-learned man, could not be himself. That's the country we're having today. He cannot. Decent man, well-learned. When you listen to Dr. Bople, you want to go to school. Decent man. But the system under Joseph Iman Boka would not allow this man because he's shackled. But let me go to this. Enough with Dr. Bople. Stanton, the UNGA is coming. I just, we still have people in the foreign mission. We have people in the at the foreign affairs. They send me a list, Stanton. The hotel that President Buckeye will be in at the UNGA, it will cost $175,000. That's what I mean for the time he will be. The government, the United States government will give you one car, but the rest of the convoy you will be having, you will spend $14,000, and then he's gonna be going to the diaspora conference that they have, I think, in DC or somewhere in the East.
But let's close on this education thing. Like we're talking about the UNGA. I'm begging you.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. He's going to be coming with at least 67 plus people. Stanton, the money they use, including DSA, the money they use in Stanton, just for this trip, they could not pay $200,000 to open for our brothers, sisters, and children at the UL. You see what happening? The diaspora office are open. They're going to spend money. They come with almost 67.
I mean, you're right, Kev. You're right, guys. Trust me. This is a big one, Kev. You are quite correct. We're talking about the UNGA, but again, I want to say thanks to Fubi, thanks to Uncle Sam, Dr. Bople, Winfred Russell, Kev Hassan. I beg for us to leave this, but before we do that, I want to put Uncle Sam picture. Uncle Sam, this is you when you were right there today in your gray suit. Uncle Sam, talk to me about your reflection.
I told you, Stanton, one of my greatest regrets is not going to, finishing high school in Liberia and then going to college in Liberia, right? I mean, as anxious as I was, I got to close my phone. I beg you, somebody's trying to call me. Let me close my phone. Okay. As anxious as I was to go to the States, I look back on it as a young man, I should have stayed here, should have gotten more grounded here. And I think going to the university would have made me to understand my country better. So all these things been happening. I decided to just go to the university. You see the moment of reflection there, I'm thinking, my God, what is it that we can do as a people to make this a truly citadel of learning, to be a world-class institution, and those were my thoughts. And I said, well, if I go teach there, but it's not just going to be enough. Maybe we need to be part of a greater organization to see what we can raise some money to bring the university up to level. Because apparently the alumni association itself cannot, raise the money in terms of hey God, what person keep calling me? Okay. The university itself cannot cannot raise an endowment in the tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars. They don't have the capacity. So maybe there need to be something that we can do to make that happen. So that's what I was reflecting upon today.
Thank you very much. I think you can take that call now. They really need you. I want to say thank you, Uncle Sam. We're just going to brush off while we try to.
When you don't answer somebody call, they will call 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I don't understand like around people.
And what I do, Uncle Sam, I just block it because there will be no reason why you call me.
This is close family. You can't block.
Oh, but I answer it then. But my problem is that I'm going to say this to everybody. There's a failure yet. Gafwan can walk in a meeting. He doesn't say anything, no data, no plan. He just said the country is doing better. The president believes him when he's saying it because his mouth is the Bible to say the country is doing better. We're going to wait in and ask people about Gafwan. I mean, we're going to just pray for Liberia under this leadership. It will soon be over. It will soon be over. Seriously, this is an embarrassment. People are even working around Gafwan. They're complaining. They're complaining. They are complaining. It's not easy, it's more frustration. I want to say just take a look at that. The paper, Variety paper, we talk about this. I want to also bring this up. We spoke about the salary issue and the $78 million under this verse. These things under Gafwan is bad. It's just ugly. We have never seen this post-war. This is worse. But I'd like to bring something to our attention again real quick. That we received a memo from the Foreign Affairs Ministry concerning Charisma. Charisma served as assistant minister to the Foreign Affairs, Assistant Minister Charisma. She served in that position, but we've been receiving information that she was suspended from her job. The Honorable Charisma Payne read, they say she was suspended from her job. Who suspended her? All right, but we reached out to the Foreign Ministry. They sent us a memo that they posted. This is the memo, saying that she was suspended. Civil Beslo Yanti suspended Charisma. So those of you all that I was thinking about this, right? That's the letter. I mean, that's the memo right there, saying that she's suspended. Now, what would this government do? I'm continuing to dig deeper. I'm continuing to figure a way out why she was suspended, whether it's a suspension, whether it weren't. But if you read the information, let me put it in the chat real quick for you guys to see. And I'm going to send it to you. I'm going to send it to you, Russell. I told you in our chat room already. I'm trying to put you there. Let me just put this in the chat room. As you all can see. There you go, Russell, you got it. Guys, you got it. So it says that I extend this from Sarah Beslow to all this memo to all deputy ministers, members of the Policy Advisory Council, the PSC, all assistant minister, as stated below yesterday, saying that she's suspended. I extend my regards. It's in the chat room of Dr. Boble. I extend my regards. Let me do this real quick. It will be better if I read it from here. There you go. All right. I extend my regards and wish to inform that Honorable Charisma Pilray, Assistant Minister for International Organization, has been suspended from her role as Assistant Minister of the Bureau of International Organization by the Executive Marshal on September 3rd, 2025. With immediate effect, Honorable Daniel Kokua will serve as officer in charge of the Bureau of International Organization. He will work closely with Dr. Ibrahim Enia, Deputy Minister for International Cooperation and Economic Integration. County the court, Honorable Kokua, all the necessary assistance that he will need during the discharge of his duty. With kind regards, Her Excellency, Madam Sarah Besto Yanti, Minister. We got more on this story, but I'm going to pause because when I reach out to folks at the ministry, those people that inform me, when I reach out to folks at the ministry, I was shocked for so many reasons. I was shocked because I know the story, and I will explain more on this story. But did the executive mansion suspend her? For what reason? We tried reaching out to Charisma. We couldn't reach out to her. I don't think she's answering her phone. But again, we're digging deeper. But just to inform you, those of you that were asking me a question, this is the memo from the foreign ministry. So let's do a quick round. Seeing such a thing, Fubi, I mean, what say you? It's just kind of vague. Can you have an officer in charge temporarily? I mean, it's a appointed position. She was appointed by the president, but now Sarah saying the executive mansion. It's a back and forth, but let's hear you, Fubi.
Yeah, so the memo reference for suspension tied to the executive mansion. So once it says the executive mansion, it means the president is aware of suspension because the president has the executive mansion. And so we don't know the details behind that, but I'm sure that probably she did something wrong that warranted the suspension. And so somebody has to act in her place while she's serving her suspension. I don't know how long the suspension is for. So those are things that are not clear. So I don't have the privileged knowledge about those. But for now, I think the memo by the Minister of Foreign Affairs is not in the wrong direction as long as she's quoting where the suspension is linked from. So it's not the minister that is suspending her, but the suspension comes from above.
Thank you. Augustine, I don't know whether you know Charisma, but that's the information for now. A memo circulating at the foreign ministry that she's suspended.
She's a pretty popular person, you know, within our community, within Liberia. Phoebe, I mean, I see a reference to the executive mansion, right? I'm just thinking, the appointing authority is the president of the Republic of Liberia. So I'm not sure how this can be done, and I don't know how it is, but I mean there must be. I mean, I'm sure Sarah got some mandate or legitimacy to take the action because Sarah is she's not a frivolous person. You know, she doesn't do things just like that. She's been working international organizations and those kind of stuff. So maybe the executive mansion told her to write a letter. I'm not sure. So, but yeah. But I'm a little bit confused because the president appointed her. He should be the one suspending her. But maybe they told her, say, go ahead and suspend her. And so I really don't know. It's kind of baffling to me, my brother. Yeah. But it must be something serious that she did, eh?
I don't know, and we are still digging. If you reach out to Charisma, she doesn't answer the phone. She's not picking up. But it's concerning, and the foreign ministry sent the information, and we are still digging. Dr. Boblet, as part of the news, the assistant minister, the reason why they said yes, indeed, Fubi, you caught that. They said the executive mansion suspended her. Dr. Boblet, you want to speak to this?
The minister leads the ministry, and everybody in the ministry is responsible to report up the chain. Even though some persons like this assistant minister were also appointed by the government, the president. The president have appointed powers. The minister have supervisory responsibility. And the critical piece in that memo is executive mansion, meaning she references that, meaning she had to go to her boss and say, we have a situation, and the boss will get the blessing. Same thing at Cuttington. If there was a situation with one of the staff who came to the school hired, if I wanted to take action, I would go to my boss, the president of Cuttington, and say X, Y, and Z. and the president and her cabinet will say yea or nay. So if I come back and take the action, you better be sure that I already have the blessing from top. Because remember now, ministers are delegative in authority. The president came there was, I put you here, I put Honorable Jackson here, I put Honorable Russell here. So you represent me that you do it. Now, leadership 101 would suggest that you go to your boss, especially when it got to do with somebody that he appointed. And you say, Mr. President XYZ, I believe that's exactly what happened here. That's why executive mansion is referenced, because that would be the presidency.
Thank you. Thank you, Russell. Let's hear you.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear cut. The president of the republic is the one who appointed her, so he has the appointing authority, and the supervisory authority is with the minister. And the minister, at least from what I read, came across that she is getting the authority to act in the manner in which she's acting from the mansion. So I think it's pretty clear cut. But I think, but more importantly, though, it will be interesting, Stanton, to know. I think to add a little bit more insight as to why she was suspended to begin with. Because but I think the whole line of authority of how she was appointed and how she was now suspended, I think it's pretty clear cut. But a much deeper question, a much deeper concern is trying to dig deeper, Stanton, to find out, okay, why was she suspended to begin with, and then we can open up a much more deeper and insightful conversation. Now, this, why the officer in charge, is temporary. So does that mean that she is going to come back? So that's why they just put someone there temporarily, because she's going to come back, later. So I would like to know what she may have done that warranted her being suspended, and putting someone there in charge. That for me, I think that's more of the interesting part.
And yeah, we're waiting for more information. And anyway, let's just leave it at this because we're out of time. Kev, what are you hearing? I mean, Charisma. Talk to me.
Yeah, I know her well. She's a friend of mine. But what we hearing, there is a power struggle. Folks got to understand this. There's a power struggle for 2029. She was suspended by the foreign minister because she's on the side of Jeremiah Kuhn. There is a power struggle between Jeremiah Kuhn and Sarah Bessel. She doesn't like him. She don't like him. She don't want him there. She think he's too much. And she is on the side with Jeremiah Kuhn. That power struggle is there. So what I'm hearing, I always tell people, we still got people there. And when you guys talking, I have the information here. What we're hearing, she did. Mind you, she cannot suspend a minister. That's not her role, right? It's the president. It's from the president. The president appoints. The president dismisses. No minister can suspend or dismiss a minister. But why is she doing
So Kev, thank you. Because we got 5 more minutes to go.
Because she doesn't like Jeremiah Kuhn, so she suspended her. That's what we hear.
But what Charisma have to do with Jeremiah Kuhn and Sarah?
Because it's because of 2029. Charisma is on the side of Jeremiah Kuhn. This is 2029. This is the deeper fight.
That sounds more like a conspiracy to me. Like an unfounded conspiracy.
It's a believable conspiracy, though.
So Stanton, you would have preferred that.
Mr. Russell, on the serious, do your case study, check deep, and you will come back and tell me I'm right.
But let me say something, right? People are asking the question. Let me say something, right? Folks are asking the question, right? And maybe you guys can help us understand. If the suspension is not published, this suspension, was it on the executive mansion page?
No, it's not.
Kev, wait. It's not on the executive mansion page. Kula didn't put it out there. Tell the public, are we driving the world? Some of the people are watching the show to say, if the suspension is not published by the executive mansion or written to the minister involved, the minister proper has no authority to suspend her. Number one, it's not on the page. Can we take that as red flag here? That it is not on this page, so therefore, where's Sarah getting it from? But now let's go back. Another person is saying, Stanton, go back to that memo. So let's go back to the memo. And then let's raise the issue here because we're about to go. They say, Stanton, go back to the memo, right? We're back to the memo. Now, this is what the memo is saying. They want us to say, right there, it says, Stanton, Sarah Besler-Yanti is only informing people in her ministry that the president has suspended the lady. She only doing that. She didn't say the directive came from the president. Why Sarah couldn't share the letter? Why the executive mansion couldn't publish this letter of suspension? It is not on the executive mansion Facebook page. There is no announcement that Charisma is suspended. Sarah coming up and saying, I'm telling you with immediate effect that Charisma, the assistant minister, has been suspended from her role as minister by the executive mansion on September 3rd. By the executive mansion. But where are the documents? It is not on the executive mansion Facebook page. Now, are we driving something here? I mean, is there anything around this that Obuble can substantiate that argument?
Stanton, I will resist the temptation to be a conspiracy panelist tonight.
No, but I'll ask you a question.
Let me talk now. Let me question. Let me talk now. Let me talk. You asked me a question. You can't shackle my mind. That's my strongest gift, so you can't shackle me. I'm sorry. You didn't provide, and you are the source of most of our information we get here, and we trust you for that because you have sources all over the place. No, we didn't see anything from the executive mansion. I said at the beginning, I'll say again, this looks to me like delegative authority. I don't believe that the minister will put herself out there and reference executive mansion.
No,
and
it's
not good. Well, Kev, let the other book guy speak.
Stop doing that. Stop doing that, man.
Stop. Let the other book guy speak.
Stop it. You can't lecture me. Stop doing that. I don't believe that Minister Besler-Yanti will put herself out there, will say executive mansion, will say September 3rd, will say with immediate effect. And she has no authority, no consultative authority from the executive mansion. I don't believe she would do that. But if that is the case, then we'll find out. Okay? I'm sure by tomorrow we'll know if the executive mansion said it or the executive mansion didn't say it. That's all I would say based on the information presented. I don't.
Okay, let me just ask a question. Is there a precedent where every and anyone who is suspended at the ministerial level, that information is on the executive mansion website? I mean, is that some sort of precedent?
Yes.
I don't know that
we have seen it. So, Winfred, we have seen it.
Okay,
we have seen it. I mean, and if it's not there, you ask questions, they will publish it. That's the way to go. They don't they don't want somebody going to misrepresent when they are on a suspension. That's why they put out this announcement.
Okay, I'm just trying to be a devil's advocate. So the fact that it's not there I mean, whether they were late in putting it up, or they have technical problems, or, the network is fuzzy or whatever. I mean, the fact that it's not there on the executive mansion website, so that means that the letter that Mrs. Yanti sent, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that should not be treated with any level of
and it's very. I love where you're going, because till the executive mansion can put something out there, right? People are saying Sarah is doing something clandestine. Okay, that's what they are saying. I'm not saying, and we got to listen to our fan, because you can't put a memo, right? And the executive mansion have not put them, because only the president, these are commissioner ministers, only the president should be able to suspend. So does Sarah have a letter in her hand that this person is suspended? Will she call on the phone and say, no, we got to go through the channel, and we dig deeper. Now, what gives rise to all these things? We ask questions. Fubi, help us. You want to say something, Fubi? We're closing the show now.
Yeah, so the memo didn't say that you are suspended with immediate effect. The memo said the executive mansion suspended her. And the memo is saying there was an officer in charge. So the memo only informing the staff there. So the memo is not suspending. So there is not Sarah Beslow suspending Karishma. She said the executive mansion, and I don't think she's going to lie on the executive mansion and put a memo up in the ministry. And we can't be here saying we're blaming, Jeremiah Kuhn. There is not Sarah Beslow that fired
I don't want you to go to the Kev Hassan theory. Let's stick on to your argument. Right?
But even if that's the case,
said, I beg you going for Sarah Beslow didn't show any document that this lady is suspended. She's saying the executive mansion say, right? You say you can believe her, that's fine, it's you. Other people may not believe her. Because when it's just executive mansion suspend, they're making it on Facebook. There's nothing on Facebook to say that Charisma is suspended. So that's the argument people are making.
Okay,
their argument fair. I'm not discounting their argument, but also Sarah is not assuming the authority to suspend. So that one we need to get clear. She's not saying Charisma is hereby suspended. She's not saying that. The reference that the executive mansion suspended her. You try to
that's why if she have the letter, if the executive mansion have the letter, so if the executive mansion have the letter, the executive mansion should publish the letter. Because as of today, the suspension took place on the 3rd. Today is the 5th. It been over 48 hours. There is no letter on the page of the executive mansion, so it's unbelievable that Sarah is referencing this executive mansion that have shown nothing that Charisma is suspended. What are the hidden truth here? Let's bring it down to booklet.
So, CEO, so let's look at this, okay, from a different angle. The Assistant Minister Charisma is an intelligent lady. If she believes that the minister is trying to pull a fast but big one on her by saying suspended and referencing the executive mansion, the same executive mansion appointed her. Come on, people. She can call, she can drive. In fact, they drive to open the door to go inside. And she can say, Mr. President, the other thing I got here, that what he said, and President say yeah or no. So all I'm saying about tomorrow, CEO will know. The fact will surface. But I don't believe that the Minister of Foreign Affairs will post something like that. The president had no say. The president said his office had no say. She just take on herself and references the president and put a date. It could very well be, but logically, I run into roadblocks to see where she's going with that. Because if I were the assistant minister and I felt that, it's easy. I will verify this authority that you're referencing, especially if I didn't get any letter or I didn't get any call or anything. So I think by tomorrow, this time, CEO will know.
Dr. Boble, I know. Dr. Boble, I know. Okay? I just saying something is for only you to see. I beg you. I don't trust the other guys, and so I send it to them. But I just want to say, openly here, right? It's important for us to understand where there's smoke, there's fire. And let's leave it like that. Yeah, that a problem. I just say that thing just for you to see. I beg you. Don't trust any
You see,
of the
but then
guys.
Skepta, you're not being fair because we are only responding and reacting to what you shared with us.
They agree with what I say. Read your memo.
I agree. The woman is transparent. I cannot do a Jeremiah.
Okay.
How people in this government?
All right. And you see, sometimes I hate to agree. Sometimes I hate to agree with Kev. Sometimes I hate to agree with Kev Hassan, but his intuition is driving a lot of argument here now. But we get there like Dr. Bobler say. We get it more. Again, let me just put this up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to close with this one. Good news for former President George Manawea. He got a new job. He got a new job, Russell. FIFA players voice panel takes up duties to tackle racism. Look at President George Manawea. He's way in the bottom though. That's my disagreement here, Fubi. Why they put him all the way down? And I had to put a red thing around him, for us to recognize him. I have to put a red thing around him for us to recognize our president. You talk about racism, then you go put the black man all the way down? Seriously? But anyway, let make progress here. President Bonanza. Oh man, that black man is in Egypt. Leave that one. They posted in black. But let's go ahead. But President George Manawea, we had a former president. He got a new job. What say you, Russell?
No, I think that's a good thing. Anytime he's out there, I mean, within his element, football is his area, is his passion. That no one does it better than he did. So I mean, this is a good thing for the Republic. I think it again puts out there and shines a very positive light on the country. So it's a wonderful thing. I think he's in his element. Now the whole concept of trying to be a trusted messenger when it comes to tackling racism. I believe this is something that he experienced when he played football in Europe, and so he can clearly articulate and navigate his way through that. So this is great thing all around. I think this is where he belongs. I think this is where he will shine. I mean, football is his area, and so I expect that we see good things coming out of this, and it's a good thing for the country.
Very much, Dr. Bobler. Let's hear you on the president new geek. Let's hear you, Dr. Bobler. You're muted, Dr. Bobler.
Stanton, former President Weah is the only person in football history that won the Africa Player of the Year, the European Player of the Year, and the World Football Player of the Year. The only person. He stands alone in that category. So let me tell you what I see. I see something different what you see. When you go to football games, the people on the top are the people who pay the least money. They're furthest from the field. The people right down are the VIPs who pay the most money. President Weah is in the front row. He's the VIP, and he's not on the top. He's actually in the right place because he's in a category by himself when it comes to football.
So he got a new job. How much are they paying? For this conversation, Kev will not speak because we are end the show. So Fubi, you go, and we're not allow Kev to speak. Fubi.
Yeah, so I think we can't take that away from him. Like I always said, in recognition in the sporting world, that's where he gained prominence, and so we can't take that from him. And it's commendable that the FIFA keeps recognizing him every time because he also set that stage for himself. And
okay, that's what happened when you're in Liberia, and they ask you what have the president done for the University of Liberia. You say the president
orange internet misbehaving,
and you say the president brought Mama Paya. So those are the things that will follow you, Fubi. Phobie, go ahead.
He set that stage for himself, so that's something that we all gotta. The internet is tripping.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Kev. Talk to us real quick about your part, Joe. We are.
Yeah, Stanton, I listened to I think we could say probably his area or something.
I mean, when I hearing you, they were talking about Joe. We are in slow again. I think he's already jumping up.
Listen now, Stanton. This is about us as a people. This is about a whole continent. This is about a whole race. Some of us who are football fanatic, we know how it is for a player to be playing and they call him a monkey and they throw banana peelings out there. This is what our people went through. You see a man like Samuel Eto'o who out there playing in the throw banana peelings. He left the field. We're talking about players from Ivory Coast everywhere. We're talking about our race. For FIFA to look at President Weah and know that and put him in a place and say, you can speak on behalf of Black people in sports, Black people in the world generally. It's a huge thing. It's right there in the ideas. Yeah,
thank you very much.
No, Stanton, I beg you, tell us.
We gotta go back. Hold up, man. The idea why everybody knows Joe. We are about all the friends talk for 30 seconds. You want to preach on Joe?
You're right there in the ideas of all our leaders, including Nelson Mandela, including what he and what his name in all the Black leaders in America, Martin Luther King, all this people. He right there for our race. And Wilfred, you have to speak on that. You know, as a Black man in Minnesota, what you experience.
Thank you very much, Joe. We had a Martin Luther King. Thank you very much, Kev. Kev, we agree the man of Martin Luther King, but let's move on. Kev, you feeling, my man. Here alone back. Joe, we had a Martin Luther King back. We talk about football, you said the man of Martin Luther King. All right, we agree now, Kev. Leave alone. Let's go. We're going to go. So I'm going to say my own on this, right? I do believe that, but Kev, you finished. Kev, that not false. Kev, that not false, my man. You supposed to talk on the thing either. We know that you would take 2 hours to talk about Joe. Yeah, my man. Ever.
No, my man, it's not right, my man.
Yeah, it's right, my man. You finish saying the man of Martin Luther King. We agree.
No, the idea of Black people, man, is serious. The idea. No, this is not true.
Let me mute you internally. So let me go ahead. Yeah, that makes me hard time about idea of Black people. You better move for here. We want to say we got to talk about job. We are getting new jobs. So how many paying job we have Phobie? Now all people I want to know how many will be giving, what extra cash will be giving him. But again, I want to say it's a good thing for the president. He's going to speak about racism in football. You know, he had an experience, right? Let me just put this real quick. Everybody follow Joe Weah when he had Bud. You remember that? One of the other players. We started with Joe Weah. He gave us a reason. They were tempting him. I think they are doing better now. But who better to talk about racism in football? Joe Weah. You know, he was denied. And I thought that where Kev was coming from. But you're trying to do this Martin Luther King and Malcolm X thing. No. Let's go right to the actual reason why they brought in Joe Weah, because he went through a tough time. And to tell you the truth, he did. It wasn't a serious, no, we're not talking about now. We are talking about then. A poor Black boy from Gibraltar playing football, being the best in the game. People wanted to hurt him. They hated him. They called him names. To tell you the truth, they pushed him. Guess what? He reacted and it caused him the first reward that they should have given him. Because of what he did for me, you know that story. You follow soccer. The first championship reward, it cost him. And he got to start all over again. So we can laugh and joke about this, but that's him. You can go to no other player. But he will tell you his experience, what he went through, why he was denied. But you know what? He didn't just sit there and cry. He got up. He brushed it off. And he started over again. And he won Africa Best. He was disciplined. He pushed himself. He won European Best. Then he said to himself, I have conquered Africa. I have conquered Europe in soccer. It's time for me to conquer this soccer thing globally. And he did. So the selection, we can laugh, we can joke, it fit him. It fit him. Look at all the players over there. Like somebody said, I tell you what, Russell. He won all over. He's the only person right now will be the lead moderator on that panel because of his experience. And I think we should applaud him. We can laugh, we can joke, but we should applaud the fact that that's his area. And we say congrats to him. And I think he will do better. So let's move on. I really want to say, I think we had a great show today, guys. And I think it's about time for us to wind this down on Joe. We are accomplishment, and we look forward to following through, watching some of these things, and making sure that he speak against racism in the sport of soccer. Let's close. Dr. Bopla, you go first.
Was that closer, or is that? But what are we?
Yeah, that closer. Dr. Bopla, we're done. Let's close, please.
All right. So I just want to say, as always, an opportunity I get to be a part of the conversation that can lead to constructive action that can change our nation, I want to do so. As I close, the university is something that's close to my heart, so that's where I'm going to close. Those who lead, and I want to say this for everybody who don't know, those who lead, the leaders who will change this country, Stanton, are people who don't compromise their convictions. I've never compromised my conviction. And if I lose something, then I'm going to lose it. So I don't compromise my conviction. Second, I'm not in any strain. I'm not under any stress. The job I have is one of privilege. I get to interact, learn from, glean wisdom, mentor, motivate over 800 people in the premier graduate school in Liberia. And I do that every day with joy and energy. If I see something wrong, I'll say it. I didn't get appointed to the job. I got hired. I was one of 8 candidates. That's what good universities do. They hire people. They don't appoint people, because then you get the best people to do the job. And every now and then we all have our differences. That's just part of the way life is. But I always try to choose substance over sensation. So orientation is problem solving. And back to the university as I close. If you want to solve the problems, you got to go beyond the sensation into the substance. It has to be a problem solving approach. But 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5. So I've listed some things that I think we can do to move the university forward. And I will continue to do that. I will always, even if I work in the government, I don't work for the government before. I always work in the private sector. And even at Cuttington, as a professional and as a Liberian, I take pride in progress. I came to the graduate school, we had 625 students. After my first year, we were supposed to be a challenging year, election year. We increased our enrollment to 745. This past year, 868. We've outgrown the graduate school facility. We modernized with smart projectors and smart boards. And so we are trying to make progress, because that's my orientation. and I'll just do the best I can so I leave it better than I met it. Everywhere I work, that's my history. Check it out. So if I was working for the government and I saw something wrong, I would say, and you fire me, you fire me. I don't live to grab, I live to give. And so nobody will shackle my mind and by doing that, debilitate me. I will speak my truth as I see it, and it will not always be in sync with everybody else's. Listen, Jesus was God, and people disagree with him. I get it. So people disagree with me. Thank you for the show. I will always offer my solution. I'm solution oriented. I don't just want to talk problem. I want to offer solutions. Thank you, CEO.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Booklet. Thanks a lot. It's always good having you, sir. We just get something coming in, but let's hear from Fubi, then I'll put this up. I'll put it in the chat room, guys. You know what? Go ahead, Fubi. Let's hear from you what I add also to this chat room, because I have a problem sharing with him. Fubi, talk to us, please.
Yeah, so I also was on the University of Liberia. So I think, like I said earlier, one thing that the president did was to appoint Dr. Mapaya, and I think that's a step in the right direction. I know that the university had our own issues last year, and there are some stuff that spilled over to this year that have not been settled, which is the extra 400, the 251, and the 199 arrears with teachers in the vocational school. But like I said, the university needed a comprehensive budget and review of the entire process. And I think that's the reason why a new president from outside of the system was brought in to present that, instead of just waiting for budgetary allotment that will have 95% salaries. Now it's up to her now to present a comprehensive budget that will take into consideration all the issues, including proper renovation, not just putting a little money there just to do small renovation. The next day you still have bulk of the campuses stay off and not renovated properly. So with a comprehensive review of the process, and now they know that they need about 4.2 million for renovation, which is 3.9 plus additional 300 for the bathrooms. That's a step in the right direction. So the government now knows what it takes. So this coming budget, I think that's something that they should ensure that they factor that in, so that they can take care of that in 2026. They have ensure that they have a proper renovation of all the campus buildings and give the students a conducive learning atmosphere. And and they with the immediate needs, like I said earlier, the 100,000 that they need for bathroom renovation to kickstart it, they don't need to provide cash up front. And especially for most of the items, if they will have to buy those items locally, you can have vendors to procure them, for vendors and send a bill and be paid later. So that can be an option. So you will not have a pressing 100K to be put forward by government, and they just get the right vendors, send their bills in, and they can get a job ongoing. And on the issue of the salary, the 445, 450, they can also get into negotiation with all those instructors that are on the go slow and say, look, we know that we owe you guys this, but in the short run, if we can't give you all that 450 right now, let's have a deal with a 3 installment or 4 installments. That way, you manage the process and you have school to reopen. So you don't have to have the school shut down because of no money. Have a negotiation with the guys and just make sure you stick to the terms. Once you agree that this is the direction we're going to go, 4 installment will be 100 plus thousand. So you put the first one up front. So you just need 112,000 to kickstart the process. So they can do that, and they have the process started. Ensure that they stick to the commitment and make sure that every other month that they will agree to the term and they get the guys paid within the term that they agree to, so that you can move that forward and give the university the needed support in the next budgetary year and the remaining part of it, so that we don't have to repeat this in 2026. It should be behind us, and you see a fully functioning university after this process. And another thing, today I passed around the Cambodian Road area. There's a police housing unit there right opposite the SDA church. So I think Gary Kumon needs to help to put that building up to date also for the police. I think I saw it's not in a good shape. So that's something that they should look forward to next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kobe. Let me do my quick close. So, Lorena, can you come on, please? If you stay awake, can you come on? Because we are closing. I'd like to say thanks to all of you that joined us. I'd like to say thanks to you, Dad, to Bople, Winfred Russell. I think you're in the chat with now, right? Kev Hassan, Fubi, Glendy, Uncle Sam, Paul Kennedy. Lorena, thank you very much for producing tonight. It's been a very, very tough, rough day and time for the University of Liberia. Listen, I'm not going to put this on anyone. This is squarely on the president. I think the president can do better. He should do better. I think the president is losing when it comes to the University of Liberia or education. It's not about talking. It's not about talking. It's about action. You got to be more practical. You talk every day and nothing. You go up, you kind of, it's the same thing. I think anybody that will stand and just argue on this one, they are mistaken. It's not about talking. We tired hearing sweet talk, empty talks. Look around the country. Look at those entities. Look at this ministry. They are talking about upliftment. They are talking about improvement. They are spending money in different areas. They are buying vehicles. They're doing everything to make themselves look good. The president got bulletproof vehicles. The president has renovated his compound, built his fence. Let's stick it right to the president. Let's stick it to the president. It's embarrassment. The president should be ashamed that we are yet talking about the university asking for $200,000. The president should be ashamed. As those senators and some of those ministers, the children are out of state, out of country. But your children struggling to get to the university. And when they get there, they got to sit under the rain. Your children cannot have a fit and good education to compare to the neighboring country. Your children, our brothers and sisters, and President Bouaga would drive past that university, making empty promises. If you have a minister that cannot deliver, fire the minister. The president's words should have power. His words should go with action. And it's discouraging. I was trying to pivot to the LDA. Let's stay on it. So this is my closing. Like the LDA, 4 different administrations. But the president said he's serious to fight drugs. No, the president is not serious. President Bouaga has done nothing for the University of Liberia. Bringing Mama Panya is nothing. You cannot bring the woman and tie her down and she's begging for $2,000. Gafwan in cabinet meeting today, he can show one debt or no plan, but he wants people to believe that his economy is doing better. The president said Liberian people are not trained, they're disrespectful. But those that are not trained and disrespectful voted for you, Mr. President. What are you doing to improve their life? What are you doing to make their life better? You're not behaving like Madam Sali, you're behaving like Joe Weah. You're going back to tell the people say they are disrespectful, but you come back and say, vote for me. You're going back to tell the people that they are not trained, but you are not helping them. President Bouaga, you are not helping them. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Let cops spade a spade, Mr. President. It's not right. It's not right at all. It's bad for our country. We got the money. We got the resources. And I'm going to close with this. Look at this letter. And I asked the guys to put it on our page. The lawmakers then are after this company, this concession, they have to bring in the money they owe. That's a problem, $3.9 million. People in the country telling the people not to pay the money. The people have agreed, Humble Brand have agreed to pay the money. That's a problem. They have agreed to pay for at least the university to go with that money that they want. People that tell them, say, but you're paying the money for you, don't pay. I've called for the family. I hope he can come on the show tomorrow to explain about this. They have agreed to pay the $3.9 million. You know, when I received this document, it takes tears from my eyes. It's disturbing. It's frustrating, my people. That's why we come here every day to talk. Zoom in, take the picture. Let's share this document. And Ford got to explain. I hope he come tomorrow. He got to explain about this. Why the university is looking for money. These people owe the country millions of dollars. And some of our lawmakers and some of our government officials telling them not to pay. Where are we heading? Where? But you want to sit there and say President Barker is doing better? My friend, send me the Brooklyn Bridge for $1. You want to sit up and believe that the government is going anywhere? Where is the government? From Broad Street to ELW Junction to Rehab, really pass through Ghana Bay back on Broad Street. That's your government there. What's new? Ask President Barker, when last he ever go around the country to see? He called those advisors, they are liars. They are sweet talkers. They go to the president's house and lie. The president don't come outside his gate. The president get in the car and the car go view. For 6 years, President Barker will do that. Then later he will realize that he did nothing for the country. For 6 years, President Barker will get in that car, vim to a program, vim to the church, vim to the executive mansion. For 6 years. He's not seeing what the people are saying. He's not hearing what the people are hearing. Somebody needs to put President Barker on the street. Take him to the university. Walk him around on that campus. Not to set a stage and pin one bidding and say, yeah, we're doing better. No. Go and see. Go and see the university. Go with your minister of education. Go with your finance minister. Go and tell them, 2 years, the people gave us power. Is that how you're treating the country? No. The president will go to bombing. Straight to bombing. I tell the people, yeah, we face the country. We cannot fix the country if the president is sleeping. We cannot fix this country if the president is not on the scene. We cannot fix the country if the president advisors are liars. We cannot fix the country if Mama Panya from America can get $2,000 to open the university. This is on President Barker. To you, Russell, I have come. Do your closing, sir.
Thank you, Stanton. And it's great being on platform with all of these astute gentlemen and ladies and everybody. So it's a great time. We are definitely at a crossroads when it comes to the education sector for our country. As I said earlier, 3 critical areas that are responsible for the national development of a country, and especially for Liberia: agriculture, health, and education. And our educational sector is in dire straits. Exhibit A is the University of Liberia. As I said, I'm also an alum of the University of Liberia, and I'll do everything and anything possible to support. I did not graduate from the University of Liberia, but I spent some of my formative university educational time at the University of Liberia, just 1.5 years or so. The president has done his part by allocating funds for the Ministry of Education and for the University of Liberia. But the president must do more. It's imperative that the president hold those individuals accountable within his government who are responsible to ensure that the money that would put in the budget for education, whether it's at the Ministry of Education, whether it's at MCSS, and of course our flagship institution of higher education, the University of Liberia, he must ensure that the money gets to the University of Liberia. We all know the deplorable state that the University of Liberia is in. It is unacceptable for the university to look this way. So, Mr. President, I'm humbly calling on you to hold your officials accountable who are responsible for ensuring that your educational mandate, your educational policy, that is a critical part of your arrest agenda, that they will carry it out. Because we know that if we have a really strong education sector, it will do wonders for the country. It will help to reduce poverty. It will break the cycle of poverty. We know how poverty is pronounced in the country. Uncle Sam was here earlier. He talked about the correlation between education and public health and well-being. We know that education is critical to national development, to human capital development. We are training folks. We are bringing people here in Minnesota from all over the world. We're bringing nurses here. 75% of the allied healthcare folks in Minnesota come from Liberia. We need to train more folks in the public health and the healthcare sector, and we can bring these folks over. But if we have a failed education sector, that will not be possible. We need to cut government waste and focus, laser focus on education, agriculture, and health. So I hope you hear me out, President Boyka. I know you mean well for the country. You mean well for your people. But I will encourage you, and I hope you can hold your folks accountable who are responsible to carry out your mandate. And lastly, I will, offer some solution. And I talked to about earlier, but about what alums like myself can do to help out the University of Liberia. But before that, we must ensure that the university is open on Monday. $200,000 is chicken change. Stanton talked about the budget alone for the University of Minnesota system is about $5.9 billion. We can get $200,000 in Liberia to open our university, our flagship institution. So let's make it happen, President Boyka. And I know you mean well, and I would love to see that our university is open on Monday. And lastly, I think it's good news and congratulations to former President George Weah for his new role. Is trying to address racism, something that he himself experienced. This is his area. He's within his element. I would also like to call on former President Weah to continue to support and do well within that space when it comes to football, because we know that having football thrive in Liberia, we know the great dividends that we are going to accrue as a nation. So I hope you can use this opportunity too as well, that as you've always done, but that you continue to do that. And with this opportunity, that you take it to another level to ensure that the Liberian youngster who are playing football, that they'll get some benefit from this new portfolio that you now have with FIFA. So congratulations to you. We'd like to see some benefits. Of course, you have an international or global responsibility, but we hope that some of that will come to Liberia and help to develop football. We have a lot of talented young people in the country, but they need the support. And we hope that you continue to do that. Thanks. to you all, and thanks again, Stanton, for this opportunity.
No, man, thank you very, very much, man. It's always good seeing you, Russell. Seriously, thank you. Let me bring in Kev Hassan. Kev, take us home, man.
Stanton, you put in this if I'll call it memo or something of the Hummingbird, that's how they call it. Why are they not paying the social corporate responsibility? I see you put it up. I think it's Hummingbird or something. And I think I'm hearing that $3.something million is supposed to be paying the social corporate responsibility. Why are they are not paying?
Because people in the executive mansion, then I want us to do this tomorrow, Kev. Okay. Listen, there's a reason why I have this, and I really want Fode to come out. I hope he pick up our call, and I hope he come because he started this. But this is from again, it's what is happening in our country, Russia. And thank you very much for even alluding to that, because you know what, this document come to Spain for us to tell the entire world. People in the executive mansion don't want certain group of people to pay the money because they're getting kickback, because they're getting cuts. How can these people say we are willing to pay $3.9 million that we owe the government, and people have and people stepping on it? Look at the university begging for $200,000.
Right.
Where you get it, fine, and folks, but do your close, man. I gotta go. Seriously, we'll continue on the road.
That's the reason I bring it. You got people owing that money, and it's Russell. $3.something million. Our university languishing there. If folks in the executive mansion holding to that because of kickbacks, this is serious. So I hope to see, you know, and Fode and other, and what I'm hearing, I think Fode want to come on tomorrow to talk about it. But this is bad. Why the executive mansion is holding $3.9 million? That is the social corporate responsibility to do what they're supposed to do for the people. They're diverting it to themselves. This is wrong. This is bad. This is wicked. Stanton, I would say this: God bless a station like this who coming out and have the platform for people to come in every area. And that's why you promised us when you were creating this platform that the platform will be for Liberian people to speak on issue like this. It doesn't matter what government. It doesn't matter what government. My government was beat on issue. So it doesn't matter. But I will leave it at this moment on this point tomorrow.
Hey, let's do it all. Thank you very much, guys. I really do appreciate you coming out. Thank you, Fubi. Thank you again. Well, thanks to Lomena. She had to run because she knows she's a lady. She got to go home. And Kev wanted to give her a ride. Kev wanted to give her a ride home, but Kev, you missed it because we let Fubi home, so maybe Fubi will help. But I want to say thanks to all of you, and y'all have a good night. Bye-bye.
Eat both from, my man. Fubi eat both from.
Both from is very nice. We'll eat it every time. Bye-bye.